Justin Muturi has stepped into the chambers. He will be presiding over this sitting. I will now hand you over for the live broadcast brought to you by Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Good afternoon. My name is Kamche Menza.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us, you assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to enforce the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests were committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, that communication will be issuing later. Let's proceed.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of the Majority Party.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, June the 9th, 2022, afternoon sitting. The Judicial Service Tribunal to inquire into the Conduct of Justice Said Juma Mutembei, Rules of Procedures 2022, published as Gazette Notice number 6608 of 8th of June 2022, and also as to the following, the exit report of Committee on Selection for the 12th Parliament 2017 to 2022. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Liaison, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 9th, 2022, afternoon sitting. The exit report of the Liaison Committee for the 12th Parliament, 2017 to 2022. I thank you.
A member of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, the Honorable Suleika Hassan. You have no card.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my chairman, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 9th, 2022, afternoon sitting. Exit report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for the 12th Parliament, 2017 to 2022. Thank you.
Very well. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, the Honorable Mutembei. You know, Mutembei, these days, proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Honourable Speaker, just going to pick the report, and therefore, Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 9, 2022, afternoon sitting, the exit report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security for the 12th Parliament between the year 2017 and 2022. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Very well. The Chairperson, Select Committee on National Government Constituencies Development Fund, the Honourable Manyora.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 9th, 2022. The exit report of the Select Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund for the 12th Parliament, 2017 to 2022. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation, the Honourable Kamket.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 9, 2022, exit report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation for the 12th Parliament, 2017 to 2022. I thank you.
The Chairperson on the World Scout Parliamentary Union Caucus, the Honourable John Kerry, member of the Great South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I do beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 9th, 2022. And this is the exit report of the World Scout Parliamentary Union, the Kenya Caucus for the 12th Parliament. This is from 2017 to 2022. And Mr. Speaker, I'll take this opportunity to thank you and the clerk of this House for the great support that you have given this caucus to make it a very robust caucus of the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. A member of the Parliamentary Caucus of Business and the Economy, the Honorable John Kiari. Once again.
Mr. Speaker, yet another very active caucus in the 12th Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 9, 2022. And this is the exit report of the Parliamentary Caucus on Business and Economy for the 12th Parliament from 2017 to 2022. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Lands and Defense and Foreign Relations Joint Report. A member of, the Honorable Charles Kilonzo. Very well, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Chairperson, Committee on Lands and the Chairperson, Committee on Defense, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 9th, 2022. Joint reports of the Departmental Committees on Lands and Defense and Foreign Relations regarding investigations on selected Ministry of Defense land under disputes and related security challenges.
Very well. A member, Departmental Committee on Energy, the Honorable Ali Wario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my chair, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, June 9, 2022, afternoon sitting. Exit report of the Departmental Committee on Energy for the 12th Parliament, 2017 to 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. A member, the Honorable Francis Kuria, on behalf of the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association. Youth have decided to go other. Member not desiring to be present. Maybe if he comes, should be able to give a report. The Chairperson on Regional Integration Committee. The Honorable Rueda Obo.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 9th, 2022. Report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of 1. Report of the inspection visit to the semi-autonomous institutions / organs of the East Africa Community. 2. The report of the East Africa Legislative Assembly Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on A. The progress made by the community towards achieving the East Africa Community Consideration, Constitution and the East African Election Observer Mission held on 29th November to 3rd December 2021, and the report on the capacity building activity held on 26th to 29th October 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. All the reports, if the ones for the young parliamentarians have been, exit reports have been, sorry, the member for Nyando is the one indicated, sorry, I think the youth took, they took your part. The member, the Honorable Jared Okello, member for Nyando, from the Special Funds Accounts Committee.
I thank you, Chair, and I miss my youth. How I wish we would roll back the clock. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my chair, Special Funds Accounts Committee, Honorable Kathuri Murungi, and his vice chair, Honorable Chepkut, together with the members of this committee, I have been appointed the agent of necessity. And
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 9, 2022, this afternoon sitting, the exit report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee for the 12th Parliament 2017 to 2022, and I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, before we proceed, allow me to recognize the presence in the Speaker's gallery of pupils from Stepping Stone Elementary School, being Standard 8 candidates from Kajiado East constituency, Kajiado County. And those from Kimbo Githurai Primary School, Ruto constituency, Kiambu County, Standard 8 candidates in the public gallery. They are all welcome to observe the proceedings of the National Assembly this afternoon. Next order.
Order number 8, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Supplementary Appropriation number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2022.
Do you have the paper? Agreement. Members, the consideration of this business was concluded in the Committee of the Whole House. What remains is a question to be put and third reading. I put the question, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Supplementary Appropriations number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2022. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Move on.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Supplementary Appropriations number 2 Bill of the National Assembly number 33 of 2022 be now read a third time. I also request...
Honourable members, please. Honourable Wario, Honourable Joyce Coril, just 20 minutes. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I request Honorable Kamket, the MP for Tiati, to second.
Honorable Kamket.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, sir, I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the Supplementary Appropriations number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2022, be now read at that time. The desire of the House as I put the question, having confirmed that we quote, I put the question that the Supplementary Appropriations number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2022 be read a third time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the consolidated fund and their application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2022 and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes. Order number 9, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2022.
Members, again, the consideration of this bill in Committee of the Whole House was concluded this morning. What remains is for the question to be put for agreement and third reading. I therefore put the question on agreement, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2022. Will as many as that opinion say aye? As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Move on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the County Allocation of Revenue Amendment Bill, Senate number 1 of 2022, be now read a third time. And I also request the Honorable Adan Duale, it's a township, second.
Speaker, I second, and as I second, I urge the people of Kenya that on the 8th of August, they will elect governors who will not steal their money.
Very well, honour members, I therefore propose the question. I propose the question, which is that the County Allocation of Revenue Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2022, be now read a third time. Being not desired to contribute, I therefore put the question, having confirmed that we put it, that the County Allocation of Revenue Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2022, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2022-2023 financial year, the responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes. Order number 10, consideration of report on annulment of the scrap metal dealers rules. Question to be put.
Honour members, again, debate on this motion was concluded in the morning sitting, but question was not put. I proceed to put the question, which is that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Scrap Metal Dealers Rules 2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, June 8, 2022, and pursuant to provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, annuls the Scrap Metal Dealers Rules 2022, published as legal notice number 84 of 2022. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 11, report on the Lake Turkana wind power project. Question to be put.
Again, honour members, debate on this motion was concluded in the morning sitting, and all that remains about it is for you to vote on it. I therefore put the question, which is that this House adopts a report of the Public Investments Committee on its consideration of the special audit report on the Lake Turkana wind power project, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, June 2nd, 2022. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Member for Bomet, today you are extremely agile. You are up and down. The member who is following you, you know, in the olden days, when in the village, when schools would be closing, people would identify those whom they want to close with. I hope the member following you is not the. I hope the member who is following you is not giving notice of intention. Now, that Honorable Joyce Koril, that is on a light note. I know the member is a very honorable gentleman. He cannot close with you. Now, honorable members, this is just for clarification. You will note that during the consideration of the Kenya Revenue Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2022 in the Committee of the Whole House stage, the mover, who is the leader of the majority party, withdrew the bill pursuant to the provisional standing order number 140, which provides in subsection 1 that either before the commencement of business or on the order of the day for any stage of the bill being read, the member in charge of the bill may, without notice, claim to withdraw a bill. In this regard, therefore, honourable members, pursuant to the same provisions and subsection 2, I direct that the bill be deemed to have been withdrawn as was indicated by its mover. Nevertheless, honourable members, the sponsor is at liberty to reintroduce the bill in accordance with the provisions of the law. Honourable Kilonzo, let me resume my seat so that member can take it, make his way in. Is that the member for Langata? I didn't know you are one of those ones who like hiding at the back. Now, honourable members, I have this communication to make before we go to the next order. You honourable members will recall that during the afternoon sitting of the House on Wednesday, 8th of June 2022, yesterday, the member for Kikuyu constituency, the Honourable Kimani Ichung'wa, rose on a point of order and raised a number of questions on the constitutional propriety of the Universities Amendment Bill 2021 that was scheduled for consideration at the Committee of the Whole House stage during that sitting. The honourable member referred to previous rulings and guidance by the Speaker, allowing the challenge of any business before the House on the basis of its constitutionality at any stage. He then proceeded to challenge the bill with reference to the provisions of Article 10 on national values and principles of governance, Article 43 providing for economic and social rights, and Article 201 of the Constitution, which provides for principles of public finance. According to the member, by giving the Cabinet Secretary responsible for education sweeping powers, in brackets, to appoint and replace Vice Chancellors of public universities and members of university councils, clauses 13 and 14 of the bill violate the principles and values of governance expressly outlined in Article 10 of the Constitution. Those three members, please make your way in quickly. You know, you can't make your way when you are still reading messages on your phone, Honorable Abdul Swamad. Now that one, that must be the member for Butula. Please make your way in. Just take a seat somewhere near there. Further, honourable members, the member for Kikuyu claimed that To the extent that Clause 18 of the bill proposes to advance the existing practice of placing government-sponsored students in private universities, even in instances where there are existing vacancies in public universities, the bill violates the provisions of Article 201, paragraphs D and E of the Constitution, which require that public money has to be spent in a prudent and responsible and accountable manner, and responsible financial management and clear fiscal reporting, respectively. It was a submission that Clause 18 of the bill automatically leads to allocation of public funds to private universities without subjecting private universities to the same stringent reporting and audit requirements that are applicable by law to public universities. The Honorable Ichong'wa also submitted that by forcibly placing government-sponsored students in private universities, despite their eligibility for placement in public universities, and without due regard to their subjection to meeting a potentially higher fees requirement, the provisions of the bill effectively curtail the right to education meant to be enjoyed by all Kenyans under Article 43, Clause 1, Paragraph F of the Constitution. The Honourable Member further noted that the issues highlighted in his point of order had been raised at a very early stage in conjunction with concerns from other members and had led to a directive from the Speaker that the Departmental Committee on Education and Research does conduct a winnowing process to harmonize the proposals made by members on the subject. Honourable members, according to the member and others who spoke after him, the winnowing process neither met the requirements of Standing Order 131, dealing with the referral of proposed amendments to committees, as it did not see the concerned members invited, nor did it take into account the peculiar demands and circumstances of those who had expressed an interest in amending the bill. The nature, extent, and quality of public participation over the bill was also brought into question, with allegations made that the exercise was not representative of the key stakeholders in the education sector that stands to be affected by the passage of the bill. It was also argued that the Departmental Committee on Education and Research devoted majority of the time committed to the public participation exercise to private universities, the representatives and the affiliated bodies to the disadvantage of public universities. Honourable members, in the ensuing debate, several members were in support of the points raised by the Honourable Ichong'wa, including the Honourable Gitonga Murugara, the Honourable Owen Baya, the Honourable Dr. Robert Pukose, the Honourable John Kiari, and the Honourable Joseph Limo, who requested the Speaker to make a ruling on the matters before proceeding with consideration of the bill at the Committee of the Whole House stage. The Honourable Leader of the Majority Party, the Honourable Member for Uriri, the Honourable Mark Nyamita, the Honourable Abel Ogutu, and the Honourable Dr. Wilberforce Ojiambo Udo noted the need for the Speaker to consider the continuity of public entities and the equal treatment of all students by the government. From the general debate, honourable members, I isolate the following issues for resolution with regard to the Universities Amendment Bill 2021. I will resume my seat and allow those three members to make their way in. The member for Karachuonyo. Now, it was just to allow members to make their way in. Now, very well, honourable members, I continue. I isolated the following items. Number one, whether the bill violates Articles 10, 201, 229, Clause 5, Clause 5, and 43, Clause 1, Paragraph F of the Constitution. 2, whether the bill concerns county governments. 3, what is wrong with this? whether sufficient public participation was conducted on the bill in terms of Article 118 of the Constitution with regard to the involvement of public universities. And finally, whether harmonization of the proposed amendments to the Universities Amendment Bill 2021 was conducted in terms of Standing Order 131. Honourable members, while I note that I reserve the foregoing issues raised by the honourable members for a considered ruling today, I must admit that the period between yesterday's sitting and today's afternoon sitting has not been sufficient for the exhaustive consideration of the issues touching on the constitutionality of the bill. But I will make the following, I'll point out the following issues. This in light of the scheduled adjournment of the House to proceed on sine die after today's sittings. In the circumstances, honourable members, and for the convenience of the House, I have consciously decided to provide an interim guidance for purposes of continuity of business of the House. I'm fully cognizant of previous rulings that I have issued pursuant to Standing Order 47, where I have noted that an issue touching on the constitutionality of any business before the House may be raised at any stage during the consideration of the affected business. The honourable members were therefore perfectly in order to raise the matters covered under their points of orders. Honourable members, allow me now to examine the 4 issues that require my guidance this afternoon. Firstly, on the issue of whether the provisions of the Universities Amendment Bill 2021 violate Articles 10, 43, Clause 1, Paragraph F, and 201 of the Constitution, I will note that from my perusal of the bill, it does not seem to fully address the issue of the need for audit of the utilization of public funds directed towards private universities. Indeed, honourable members, no provision in the bill addresses how funds proposed to be directed to the tuition of students placed in private universities are to be audited to ensure that the expenditure of the funds is legally and prudently spent in accordance with the requirements of Article 201, Paragraph D, and Article 229, Clause 5 of the Constitution. Let me resume my seat to allow those members to also make their way in. The member for Muradikil, don't run, don't run. You are an honorable member. You should just stroll into the place as you normally do majestically. Now, indeed, Clause 18 of the bill, which seeks to repeal Section 54 of the Universities Act of 2012, has established the Universities Fund Board without providing the standard provisions on auditing and reporting normally found in legislation which have established funds. I note that Articles 226 and 229 of the Constitution, as read together with the Public Audit Act of 2015, require the Auditor General to audit any entity that is funded from public funds. The bill ought to have expressly actualized these standard provisions in Clause 18 with specificity. Certainly, to have a bill without audit provisions where public funds are to be advanced to private entities is tantamount to negating the provisions of Article 201, 226, and 221, 229 of the Constitution. Simply put, to establish a board for a fund without auditing provisions is certainly putting the cart before the horse. Honourable members, what troubles me is the fact that from the outset, this was not a consideration that informed the introduction of the bill in the House. However, whereas I note that the member for Kikuyu constituency and the member for Seme have in their proposed amendments to the bill provided for the requirements for the audit of the public funds directed to private universities, I'm quite uncomfortable to leave the inclusion of a provision seeking to reflect a constitutional principle to the vagaries of a vote of the House, which may go either way or may be withdrawn by the mover. Indeed, the Speaker has no power to order that a proposed amendment by a member be carried in the House to cure a constitutional deficiency. To this end, it is my considered view that any provisions in the bill seeking to address any concerns raised with regard to its constitutionality ought to have been addressed at its publication. Any revision at this particular stage of the bill through amendment fails to properly address the constitutional concerns raised, as the amendments may be defeated by a simple majority of the members of the House present and voting and lead to an absurd result. Though unable to pronounce myself with finality on the constitutionality of the cited provisions at this stage, I am perfectly able to direct that the issues raised are valid and ought to have been addressed by the proponents of the bill before its publication. Honourable members, whereas it is notable that the Auditor General has a constitutional obligation under Articles 226 and 229 of the Constitution to audit any entity funded by public funds, the auditing requirements ought to be included in legislation causing the appropriation of funds to such entities, and the case presented by this bill is not exceptional. I therefore urge the next House to ensure that public funds that may have been expended this year or indeed previously to entities under the Universities Act are held accountable, and the Auditor General has certainly a constitutional obligation to audit and report on the accounts of such entities separately. Honourable members, with respect to the constitutionality of the bill with regard to Article 10 of the Constitution on the national values and principles of governance, in particular, I note that clauses 13 and 14 of the bill propose to give power to the Cabinet Secretary responsible for education to appoint vice-chancellors of public universities and to revoke the appointment of the person and any member of the councils of the universities. Clause 13 further gives the Cabinet Secretary power to approve meetings of the councils of public universities where they propose to meet more than 4 times in a year. Honourable members, certainly, clauses 13 and 14 of the bill raise questions on whether the clauses as couched in the bill would promote good governance, and it is an issue that the Committee on Education ought to have considered. Lastly, on the constitutionality of the bill in respect to Article 43(1), paragraph F of the Constitution, I will restrain myself from guiding this House on the matter, as I know that it relates to a question of violation of the right to education as an economic and social right contained in the Bill of Rights. As I have guided this House severally, a question on the violation of a right and fundamental freedoms falls within the exclusive jurisdiction of the High Court in terms of Article 165 of the Constitution. I do not intend to depart from my previous rulings on this matter. I resume my seat to allow the others to come in. The member for Karachuonyo, you are in and out. You are confusing people. And not given your height, nobody knows whether to trend on you or to you. Member for Shinyalu, you are walking in. I just assumed my seat to allow you to come in. This member for Nairobi doesn't want to sit. You see the members who are coming late. I may just wish to remind you that those of you, and I believe maybe you may not have known, but I'm sure those of you like the Honorable Jimmy Ngwenyi would recall the old days in the villages, this being the last day, when people would close schools. They chose the people with whom to close. So I hope the member for Nairobi is not choosing the Honorable Wangwe to close with. Honourable members, moving on to the second issue, which is with regard to the issue of whether the bill concerns county governments, I do note that despite this issue falling squarely under the province of the two speakers of Parliament, in line with the provisions of Article 110(3) of the Constitution, an argument may still be sustained in the event amendments proposed to the bill affect its nature. A perusal of the bill reveals that Clause 9 of the bill as published seeks to repeal and replace Section 26 of the Universities Act to require the Commission on University Education to ensure accessibility of public universities by all counties. Additionally, the amendments proposed to the bill by various members, including those proposing partnerships between universities and counties, and the Committee of Public Land held in trust for the public by counties, may result in a designation of the bill as a bill concerning county governments in terms of Article 110, Clause 1 of the Constitution, as read together with Part 2 of the fourth schedule to the Constitution, if passed by this House. And this now settles the second issue. Honourable members, on the third issue, I will not belabor myself on the question of the adequacy of public participation on the bill. I've ruled on numerous occasions in this Parliament on the need for the procedures of the House to incorporate meaningful public participation as directed severally by the courts. I've also on numerous occasions emphasized on the need for this House and its committees to ensure that public participation is not a cosmetic process, but one of probative value. In this regard, I note that the report of the Departmental Committee on Education on the bill seem not to meet the threshold set by this House on meaningful involvement of the public. At face value, I'm at pains to discern from the two reports tabled by the committee any meaningful engagement with the key stakeholders affected by the bill. In the reports, there are no indication as to whether the committee, at the very least, invited the vice chancellors of all the 52 chartered universities, including 32 of which are public, and the 12 universities with letters of interim authority to make representations on the bill. There is no mention of whether the committee invited and considered the crucial input of stakeholders such as the Commission on University Education and the existing Universities Fund Board, and whether it considered their views. If it did, there is no record of it in their report to the House and the addendum to the report. To my mind, a meaningful public participation exercise should mirror the current practice adopted by the Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning, which invites its principal stakeholders to make submissions on any business appearing before them, even if they do not send any memoranda. This allows them a broad perspective over the issues under their consideration, whether or not such stakeholders opt to submit memoranda in response to a call for public participation. The paucity of the committee report becomes more glaring when one takes into account the allegations made on the floor of the House that the response to the committee's invitation for public participation drew rather partisan submissions, including submissions from a forum sent to represent the vice chancellors of universities instead of the actual vice chancellors themselves. I'm of the opinion that the exercise conducted by the committee would have been sufficient if it involved its key stakeholders and persons directly affected by the bill by default. Honourable members, finally, on the fourth and last issue, which is whether the harmonization of amendments proposed to the bill was properly executed, I do note that Standing Order 131 is a device that assists committees to harmonize amendments, in effect assisting the House and members to avoid unnecessary objections during the committee or the whole House stage. I, however, note that a number of members who joined issue with the Honourable Ichongwa noted that they proposed amendments to the bill, but their efforts to have their issues addressed during the harmonization process envisaged that the Standing Order 131 was less than fruitful. From the foregoing, this indicates that the harmonization or the winnowing process under Standing Order 131 by the Committee on Education and Research did not meet the dictates of the same standing order. Members, whereas I note that lack of the harmonization process does not in in any way impede a member from proceeding with the amendments in the House, and indeed, as ably noted by the Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Ojiambo Undo, the amendments proposed by the members were included in the order paper for the afternoon sitting of the House yesterday, and also included in the order paper for this particular sitting. A committee directed to conduct the harmonization process under Standing Order 131 must demonstrate compliance with the standing order. It, however, appears from the submissions made by the members in yesterday's afternoon sitting and the plethora of amendments contained in the order paper that the winnowing process failed to meet the bare minimum of the expectations of Standing Order 131. In light of the foregoing, what then is the prudent action to be taken at this stage of the bill in view of the concerns raised? I do note, honourable members, from the outset that in addition to the concerns raised by the various honourable members, the bill has attracted numerous amendments, as may be seen from the order paper. This, in my view, is a pointer to the need for a rethink of the bill by its proponents. Insisting on the prosecution of the bill in its current form, despite the objections, questions of constitutionality, concerns on the quality of public participation undertaken on the bill, and the numerous proposals for amendments, may only easily expose any resultant act passed by this House to easy challenges in courts of law. Conscious of the fact that the House is scheduled to adjourn sine die today, in view of the forthcoming general elections, I do note that if the committee had taken time to address some of these issues when they were first raised during second reading, we would be facing a different situation today. Honourable members, it is also notable that the issues raised by the honourable members touch on three main issues, main clauses, being clauses 13 and 14 on the powers of the Cabinet Secretary in respect to the public universities, and clause 18 of the bill with regard to the university's FAD board. These clauses form the cracks of the flesh and pith, and the pith and substance of the bill. Indeed, one may want to argue that the easy way to cure questions of constitutionality is to sphere or expurge the unconstitutional clauses in a bill. However, honourable members, should I order expurging of the three clauses from the bill, this will also require me to also order expurging other clauses and consequential amendments to the spherance of the three clauses. From a perusal of the bill, if you are to expurge clause 18 of the bill, you may also need to expurge clauses 16, 17, 19, and 20, among other related clauses. This will leave a shell of a bill with no clause to deliberate on. Suffice to say, the severance of clause 18 of the bill would also be an abdication of the watchdog and oversight role of this House of ensuring accountability on the utilization of public funds. In light of the foregoing, I am therefore of the considered opinion that it is prudent and advisable for the bill to be republished in order to align it with the Constitution and take into account the concerns raised by members on the issues of constitutionality, public audit, public participation, and the nature and extent of the discrimination in the policy that seeks to commit a student eligible to attend a cheaper public university to a private university with a higher fee requirement. Honourable members, as your Speaker, I have previously ruled that I cannot close my eyes even when faced with competing unpleasant scenarios. In the present case, the question as to whether I should let the House to commit a constitutional requirement to a vote or stand down a bill that has attracted serious questions by members of the House, I would prefer standing the bill down to allow its regularization. Any other decision would, in my view, be reckless and would establish a defective precedent. In light of the foregoing, the bill cannot, in its present state and form, proceed for consideration in the committee of the whole House. Honourable members, I thank you for raising the matter and for all your contributions on the ensuing debate of valuable insights that undoubtedly shall enrich future interrogation of bills before the House. In summary, this is my finding. 1, that in the interim and pending further interrogation of the constitutionality of the Universities Amendment Bill 2021, the bill fails to fully actualize the provisions of Articles 201 and 229, Clause 5 of the Constitution on the need for reporting and audit of the utilization of public funds allocated to private universities. 2, that the Departmental Committee on Education and Research failed to propose any remedy for action by the House to actualize these two provisions. The only proposal close to actualizing one of these provisions is by the member for Seme constituency and the member for Kikuyu constituency. However, at this stage, leaving the inclusion of a provision seeking to reflect a constitutional principle to the vagaries of a vote of the House would be imprudent. 3, that to the extent that the bill makes provisions touching on county governments and that various amendments, if passed, would require an interaction between universities and the functions reserved for county governments, the bill is likely to concern county governments within the meaning of Article 110, Clause 1 of the Constitution. 4, that the public participation exercise conducted by the Departmental Committee on Education and Research was not sufficient as it did not involve its primary stakeholders and persons directly affected by the proposed legislation by default. The committee ought to have invited, heard, and considered the views of the vice chancellors of at least a reasonable fraction of all the 52 public and private chartered universities, the 12 institutions with letters of interim authority, the Commission on University Education, and the Universities Fund Board at the very least. 5, that based on the submissions by the members in the House and the plethora of amendments contained in the order paper for yesterday and today's afternoon, the harmonization of the amendments proposed to the bill by the committee did not meet the dictates of Standing Order 131. 6, and last, that the Universities Amendment Bill 2021 be and is hereby ordered to be republished in order to take into account the concerns raised by the members and align it with the expectations of Articles 10, 43, Clause 1, Paragraph F, 201, and 229, Clause 5 of the Constitution. The House is accordingly guided, and I thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, honourable member for Nairobi, you just walked in. Just listen to this. At least when you come back in the 13th Parliament, you remember this. Honourable members,
the Honourable Amos Kimunya, who took over from me, the minority leader that I have worked with in the previous Parliament and this one, my colleagues, the pastoralist parliamentary group, who gave me an opportunity to be their patron, and all those who worked within the precinct of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is my 15th year, and I want to thank the people of Garissa Township and former Dujis for giving me an opportunity to represent, to legislate, and to oversight on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, they elected me in 3 different political parties, signaling that it is not the political party they elect. They were electing the person of Aden Duale. And Mr. Speaker, because I have walked a long journey of the many people I have worked with, the former Prime Minister, who I was with him in ODM in 2007, the former Vice President, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, who at one time left us with the Honorable Manzo without a party, the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, who I was very loyal to him until recently, when he felt that he does not believe in friendship and loyalty, and above all, the only man who maintained my relationship for the last 13 years. And he believes in leaders who come from humble background, the Honorable William Ruto, who I up to today is still with him in the 4th party of UDA. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all those leaders, the Honorable Raila Odinga and the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, who I have worked with him for 7 years. in one way or the other, they contributed to my political career. Despite parting ways, I have a lot of respect for the President of the Republic of Kenya and many staff, many ministers and PSs who I have worked with. Mr. Speaker, today I'm making my last speech, maybe, of the 12th Parliament because I had to fly from Mandera in order to make sure that the Huduma Bill, which contravenes various articles, Article 118 on public participation, Article 201, Article 221, Article 226, Article 229, Article 94, Sub-Article 6, Standing Order 118, Clause 8 of that bill, Mr. Speaker, Article 31 on the right to privacy, Article 24 of the Constitution, Standing Order 133, Sub-Article 5. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not different from the sessional paper of 1 of 1963 that wants to marginalize, that wants to create two sets of citizens. There are people in government, Mr. Speaker, that they feel the Somalis and the Muslims community and many other minorities are visitors. I want to tell them on their face, Kenya belongs to all of us. Mr. Speaker, through your help and the petition I brought to this House, thousands of them who their data was captured in the refugee camp got their ID cards. Mr. Speaker, my party leader transfers Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, and he committed two things: that never again will the people of the North be denied their constitutional citizenship rights, and two, never again will the people who profess the Islamic faith and the Somali community be killed through extrajudicial killing. Mr. Speaker, I want to say it here. It is very sad that this parliament allowed this government to borrow 7 trillion and this House, through coercion and bribery and intimidation, approved the 10 trillion. But when the Kenya Kwanza takes over, we will stabilize the economy. And please, please let us not allow, let us not fight Bitumba. Let us not fight.
Well, honourable members, remember I told you, because of the resolution you passed, every one of you has only 5 minutes. So organize your thoughts properly. But also remember, honourable members, the grandfather of the House. The grandfather of the House. No, the grandfather is being reminded that at the rise of the House, there will be a members' event. There will be a members' event at the rise of the House. So even when you finish, don't go too far away from the precincts. There will be a members' event for those who remain cool. For those who are short-tempered, please, you can go and enjoy the event elsewhere. So there will be a members' event, but please, 5 minutes. Honorable Manso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity. First of all, to thank the people of Makwiny and thank God for having given me an opportunity to serve them for 10 years. And Mr. Speaker, I really want to personally thank you for guiding the House and guiding myself throughout that period. This time around, the people of Makwiny have proposed that I run for Senate. The seat currently occupied by the Honorable Mutula Kilonzo Jr. And Mr. Speaker, I have complied and I've already now been declared to run for Senate for Makwiny. Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the House and particularly the Honorable Kareke Buki in his committee of dealing with water on Thwake Dam, Mr. Speaker. The committee and the House really visited Thwake Dam when it was starting, and they really assisted me as a member of Parliament when it is in, when the matter was coming up, and also Honorable Kanini Kega for making sure that the budget for Thwake Dam goes through. Now, Thwake Dam, Mr. Speaker, is now, which is being constructed in Makwiny constituency, is worth 39 billion shillings, and it's now 80% complete, and I'm very sure soon we'll be supplying water to Kitui, Makwiny, Konza City, Machakos, and eventually Kajiado. And I really want to thank the House and thank God for that particular project, which will see the people of Makwiny get their dream come true of having water in pipes, and the children no longer going to fetch water far with the duggates. I also really want to thank the House. Although my bill has not been reached on wildlife conservation management amendment bill number of 2021, Mr. Speaker, on this particular bill, I was proposing to make an amendment such that people who have been bitten by snakes can be compensated in the event of injury or death. But unfortunately, this bill seems that it's going to lapse, and I believe in the Senate, I am likely to raise it again. I have also seen today in the order paper there was the amendment from Senate concerning the county boundaries bill. This is affecting Makwiny County and many other counties with our borders. Although I can see Mr. Speaker is likely to elapse, I believe if God gives me an opportunity, the people of Makwiny, to serve them in Senate, then I'll be able to revive that particular bill on the boundaries. Again, there was a very important bill which lapsed, Mr. Speaker, and this was the new Cooperatives Act, which had come from Senate, sponsored by the Honorable Professor Zani. The government of Kenya, through the Department of Cooperatives, had also proposed their own law, which I believe will be in the new parliament. The death of this particular bill has really helped the cooperative movement in the country. They did not do proper public participation in it, and every time they made presentations, they were not taken on board. So it was under the committee I'm serving of trade, industry, and cooperatives, and unfortunately, the committee did not complete its work because of new proposals and making sure that there was public participation, and therefore the bill has died, which I'm sure is to the amusement of the members of the cooperative movement in the country, who number 14 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also, I really want to thank you particularly for giving me an opportunity to serve as the chairman of the National Prayer Breakfast following the death of the former chair, the Honorable Paul Koinange. And over the last weekend, Mr. Speaker, I attended the Berlin gathering, with your permission, whereby the parliaments in the world met there, and the main discussion was service to man, service to God, and service to mankind. Mr. Speaker, the main theme was the war in Ukraine, and now all those countries neighboring Ukraine have now welcomed poor children without parents to their homes, people they don't know to their homes, so that they can take care of them, Mr. Speaker. And the chief guest was the president of Hungary, of which, Mr. Speaker, you know, we are very close, as a Parliament of Kenya and Parliament of Hungary have very close ties. I really want to give you, to thank you for giving an opportunity to serve the House in that particular manner and to represent the House all over the world. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kanini Kega.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for saving me, because there were rigging claims here by Chairman Emeritus Kimani Ichung'wah, and Kimani Ichung'wah kindly be nice. You know there is no way you can remove my card. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking the voters in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to serve them as their member of parliament, not just for one term, Honorable Speaker, but for 2 terms, Honorable Speaker, and for the interest of the other members, Honorable Speaker, and just to insist how special it is in 3 counties, 3 neighboring counties, the county of Kirinyaga, the county of Nyeri, the county of Laikipia. I'm the only member of parliament who was elected back in 2017. So to me, it's very dear, and it's very, I really appreciate. And it's basically because of the work that we are doing. And I have no doubt, Honorable Speaker, that we will get the season 3 because of the work that we have done. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank your office, and especially yourself, because when we came in here, we were very naive, you know, we were very green, but you guided us, and you made most of us whom we are today, Honorable Speaker. And we have grown, Honorable Speaker. It's not where we were in 2017. Honorable Speaker, as a chair of budget, I have also learned a lot, Honorable Speaker, through also the leadership, Honorable Speaker, of the Director of Budget, who by coincidence, Honorable Speaker, is also retiring today. and Phyllis Macau, who has been very, very instrumental in guiding the budget process and all the things that we have also been doing in matters finance, Honorable Speaker. And I wish Phyllis Macau all the best as she now goes to, of course, we are not hoping that she is going for retirement, because if I was the president, I would literally hire her as an advisor, you know, in financial matters, and we wish her all the best. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I also want to wish all the best to my colleagues as they go for their various terms. There are some who are going for the second term, others are going for third term, and others are going for fourth, and others are going for the fifth term. I wish them all the best. However, Honorable Speaker, I think I have noted something unique and peculiar in the character sometimes of some of our members. I think for the 12th Parliament, we will go down in history as one of the Parliament where members would go to other constituencies, other members' constituency, you know, talk ill of that member of Parliament, you know, disparage the members of Parliament. You know, Honorable Speaker, I wish that changes, because there is no point why I should go to, for example, in Kimani Ichung'wah's constituency and wish him ill. There is no reason. But we have seen it, and I don't understand why we have sunk that low. I am hoping that in the 13th Parliament, which, God willing, I will be part of, we will be able to learn a lot from the 12th and avoid doing some of the negative things. Honorable Speaker, to Kenyans also, the rate of turnover, Honorable Speaker, is alarming, because the members who are deselected in all positions in Kenya is at 70%. Honorable Speaker, that definitely also has a toll on development, because there is no continuity, Honorable Speaker, in developing world. I mean, in developed world, Honorable Speaker, the rate of turnover is about 2 or 3%, or even 5 maximum. But in Kenya, it's 70%. There must be some, definitely we need to embark on some research and understand why this high rate of turnover. But for this one, Honorable Speaker, I believe that Kenyans have learned that re-electing their members of parliament, they are re-electing their governor, their senators, adds more value. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I also wish you the best, Honorable Speaker, in the next life. Either you will be here or elsewhere. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best.
Very well. Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is indeed a great honor for most of us to sit in this august house. Out of a population of about 50 million, close 50 million Kenyans, if you are among the 349 who sits in this august house, you are indeed a very selected few in this country. We should never take it for granted. We should eternally be grateful to the Almighty, because without God we would not be here. I wish to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the people of Funyula constituency for having given me a chance to serve in this house. Indeed, people of Funyula's constituency have been very careful and selective in whom they send to this august house, and many times the members I have sent in this august house has never disappointed. Of course, there is always the Uncle Moody, who is famous being a member who served this constituency for an unprecedented term of 24 years, period of 24 years, and probably I hope and I wish people of Funyula will also give me a chance to match the record, but let's clear the hurdle on 9th August as we move forward. Honorable Speaker, the 5 years I have been here have been an interesting and an eye-opener and a richly enriching experience. Coming straight from the lecture halls, coming to the rough and tumbles of politics, it has been a learning experience which I'll be able for the rest of my life. It is invaluable for what I've learned here. Coming where things were ordered in a certain manner, coming where things are totally different, where there's a true reflection of the people of Kenya, all characters that you can study anywhere, in any books being available here, has essentially enabled many of us to understand how human activities are, how people think, how people behave, and how people interact. Only the lower side of it, Honorable Speaker, is that after the first term, I leave amazed at how people can turn positions unashamedly within a very short period of time in view of pure politics and in order to please some shifting political grounds. But nevertheless, that's the nature of life, and we sincerely want to thank them. Honorable Speaker, I sincerely want to thank all the members of staff of Parliament we have worked with in various committees. I've had the opportunity to work in the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, in delegated legislation, and Public Accounts Committee. The services and services offered to us, the advice and the service to us has been gratefully, and I'm very grateful for them. We might have had differences on how to do some things, being coming from where I came from, but nevertheless, we accomplished the goals that we intended to accomplish, and I sincerely wish them well. And as I said earlier, there is no end to learning. We must continuously learn so that we improve the output, because ultimately we serve the people of Kenya. To my colleagues who are vying for seats, I wish them well, and as Honorable Kanina has said, you return to this house because you have served the people who elected you. The expectations vary from one constituency to another, so the fact that the attrition rate is 70% could be for 70% for various reasons. I just urge my colleagues to go and work hard for the people. Where you have made mistakes the next 2 months, you have a chance to redeem yourself. Honorable Speaker, and to you yourself, I'm grateful for having accorded me a chance to speak on this floor and having generally listened to us when we speak. You have guided us, the new ones who come into the rough tumbles of politics. We live now being more mature and more organized and able to handle all the political pressure that will come in our way. Whatever you intend to do after today or thereafter, I wish you well. And as you said, don't forget Busia. You had your mark there. We are still tracing your roots in Busia, but anytime welcome and reinstate your roots. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Undo. Honorable Fatuma Gedi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for being there for us when we needed you most. As a newcomer, Mr. Speaker, and a first-timer, let me take this opportunity to thank the people of Wajir who elected me to the August House, and being the youngest female MP in this 12th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank my party leader, His Excellency the President, for trusting me to serve as Vice Chair, Delegated Legislation, Budget Committee member, and later Vice Chair, Administrative and Security Committee. Again, being the first female member of Parliament who served in that committee as a Vice Chair. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank my colleagues, members, the 47 women reps in this House, who again elected me to be their chair for the caucus 47, Mr. Speaker. For me, it was a great achievement. Being a young member of Parliament, a first-timer, it has been a learning session for me, and it was quite a good experience, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, there has been ups and downs. As a first-timer, you will not learn everything, but you will keep learning. For me, there are many people who helped me to achieve, mainly the committee members, my colleagues. I want to take this opportunity to thank them, the clerks of the various committees that I served, who helped me learn very fast. Mr. Speaker, I can say one thing. From where I come from the north. Being a woman and a young woman who has achieved what I have achieved, both locally or nationally, it is not easy. But in life, Mr. Speaker, you need to have consistency, loyalty, and confidence in whatever you're doing, then you will achieve what you want to achieve. Mr. Speaker, in my experience, and you also serve as the chair of powers and privilege, I have encountered a lot of controversies. One of them being the famous fake video that was manufactured. And I want to thank you sincerely. The way you conducted that proceedings with fairness, and you allowed Kenyans to know the truth, Mr. Speaker. It's something that I can never wish to happen to any person, any woman, any leader, Mr. Speaker. For me, that time, it was a trying moment for me. And I'm happy that I had good friends and colleagues who stood with me. And from the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Sabina Chege, Honorable Laisula Laisuda, Honorable Gladys Wanga, Honorable Sophia Abdinur, who is also my mentor. Those are the women, Mr. Speaker, who stood with me. And Mr. Speaker, I said, you carried that proceeding with fairness, and you showed Kenyans that what happened was wrong. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to thank His Excellency the President in trusting me, because today, Mr. Speaker, the achievements, the projects I have done for my people, when I served as a member of Budget Committee, it's something that today that will bring me back to this Parliament. The advice to the voters is, you cannot change leaders halfway. Give the leaders opportunity to learn, to help their people, so that when they come back, they can continue with the work they've started. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I wish well all my colleagues who are going for re-election to come back so that they can help their constituents and their counties. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wish well the presidential candidate for Azimio, who is going to win
Honorable Ole Kenta.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank you for what you have done for this country, for this House, and for all the Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, I've been with you for the last 10 years, and as you very well know, I was with you even before we came to this House. It has been a pleasure working with you, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Honorable Speaker, I'd also like to thank the people of Narok North for electing me for two consecutive terms. And now that they've called me to take the solemn duty of becoming their governor, I shall do so, and I'm sure they'll elect me the next governor of Narok County. Honorable Speaker, I'd also like to thank the committee members, the members of the Committee on Implementation, the staff who are attached to us, and the staff of Parliament for the good work they did and for the support they offered us for the last 5 years. I wish them well in their future endeavors. Honorable Speaker, I'd also like to thank all the colleagues that I've interacted with, and I'm very proud of the friendships I've created, and for the good things that you have done together with many of these colleagues. I'm sure our friendship will continue beyond this House. It's unfortunate some of us have decided to follow other callings, but I'm sure this House will always remain what I've always known, a great House, the future of the people of this country. Honorable Speaker, I'd also like to thank the President of this country, Honorable Raila Odinga, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, and also the next President, Honorable Raila Odinga, for standing with my people, for standing with the Maasai community, for standing with the Kenyan people, and most specifically, for instituting the Mau Forest, the Maasai Mau, for the benefit of our community, for the benefit of this country, and for the survival of the eighth wonder of the world, that is the Maasai Mara National Reserve. I'm sure when I hear some people criticizing the President of this country, I wonder what kind of people they are. Because I remember from 2013, we had a certain clique of people called the, what are they called? They were called the Sky Team. They're actually one of those people who bankrupted this country between 2013 and 2017. And they're the ones who are loudest now criticizing the President of this country. I'd like to just thank the President for being tolerant, despite a lot of unnecessary provocation from quarters that benefited from his largesse for the last 8 years. But that is the nature of man, ingrates. And I think that is something that people should learn. Because we see some of these colleagues making so much noise, yet they're the ones who benefited from Uhuru's government in the last 2 terms. So, but that's the nature of the human spirit, a negative spirit that should not be tolerated. I can just assure my colleagues who go shouting all over the place that they'll take the leadership of this country. The Kenyan people have already made their choice, and their choice is Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And there is no question about it. If this country has to survive, we have to give leadership to the people who really treasure this country, not the looters, not the people who are never satisfied. And I think it's time we did and elected leaders who stand for the future of our children, not for their own stomachs. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to singularly thank the people of Narok for being steadfast in their support of the future of this country, not for themselves, but the future of this country. So, Honorable Speaker, and all members, it was nice working with you. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and always know that this country is bigger and is greater than any one individual. So thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much again. Thank you. Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. It was a pleasure being in this Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kiarie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored. It was a few weeks after being elected that I stood on the floor of this House and gave my maiden speech, Mr. Speaker. And I had anticipation that I would serve diligently and conscientiously in the 5 years that I had been given, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking you, and thank you for the mentorship that some of us who are first-time members have received under your tutelage, and especially benefiting from that understanding that you have gathered over the years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to also thank all the staff that work under you who have supported us, especially when we are going into research and preparing for our sessions in this House and even in the committees. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to just appreciate that this 12th Parliament has had some extremely good times, Mr. Speaker, but also some very bad times, Mr. Speaker. The highlights have been many, Mr. Speaker. To me personally, I have had an opportunity to diligently perform my roles that are stipulated in the Constitution, the roles of representation, oversight, and legislation, Mr. Speaker, in the committees that I have had opportunity to sit in. I have had the opportunity to sit in the Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs. I have had opportunity to sit in the Selections Committee. I have had opportunity to sit in the Regional Affairs Committee. I have also had an opportunity to sit in a committee that I really loved, and this was the committee I sat in before the fumigation, the Committee of Information, Communication and Innovation. Mr. Speaker, it is here that my pride in legislation lies, Mr. Speaker, because in my life of this Parliament, we have been able to bring forth some amazing bills, Mr. Speaker, that have become acts of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And without mentioning all of them, Mr. Speaker, I am very proud that we were able to address the plight of our performers and owners of intellectual property in the Kenya Copyright Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker, that we had opportunity to protect the data of Kenyans with the Kenya Privacy and Data Protection Bill, that we also had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to also wade into the space of the digital and emerging media with our computer misuse and cybercrime bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've also had opportunity in this House to lead a caucus that you, Mr. Speaker, have been very instrumental in bringing up, Mr. Speaker, and this is the caucus of the World Scout Parliamentary Union, which I have been chairing the Kenya chapter. And Mr. Speaker, I proudly report to this House that Kenya got the opportunity to take the seat of the global vice chairman of the World Scout Parliamentary Union, and yours truly standing here, Mr. Speaker, is actually the global vice chairman of the World Scout Parliamentary Union, a caucus, God willing, we've elected. I would like to still serve in and take further, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had extreme lows, Mr. Speaker. We have lost members of Parliament, we've lost loved ones, we've even had some false starts on some amazing legislation, pieces of legislation that would have changed this country, Mr. Speaker. For me particularly, Mr. Speaker, I think one of our biggest laws is, Mr. Speaker, having our chairmen of committees and parliamentary leadership being selected from elsewhere other than the precincts of this House by members of this House. And I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that was a false start, and I am celebrating the new amended standing orders that will ensure that in the next parliament, Mr. Speaker, we should not have anyone holding the remote control of this House, and this House shall truly stand independent. And I do pray for the members of parliament who are here that they shall be lucky enough and blessed enough to be re-elected so that they can enjoy the gains of these new standing orders, Mr. Speaker. BBI was a big law, Mr. Speaker. 3 courts have proclaimed themselves that this thing was unconstitutional, it was illegal, and some of us stood on this floor and we said as much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to tell the people of Dagoretti South a big thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say to them that when they look at the roads that have been done in this tenure, when they look at 5 new high schools in 4 years, when they look at our chiefs, all of them being moved from Abati offices and now serving in decent, modern, urban houses, when they look at new police station coming up, that is the billboard and the poster that I put up for this campaign that we are going into, and I do pray that they shall give us the opportunity to continue serving them so that when we get back here, we shall say to them.
Member from Vita.
Asante sana, Bwana Spika. Kwanza ningependa kuwashukuru watu wa Mvita na Mombasa kwa jumla. Bwana Spika, walinipigia kura wanamvita mara ya kwanza, na mara ya pili nikapigiwa kura kwa idadi kubwa zaidi. Bwana Spika, nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu, mara ya pili niliporejea katika bunge hili, wabunge kwa imani yao wakaamua kunipigia kura niwe mwenyekiti wa kamati ya Public Investment Committee kupitia chama cha ODM, na nataka kutoa shukrani kwa party leader wangu Raila Odinga kuweza kuona yale ninaweza kuyafanya kama mpwani wa kwanza aliyeweza kupatiwa nafasi kugombania na kuweza kuchukua kiti cha mwenyekiti wa Public Investment Committee. Bwana Spika, ni mengi niliweza kuyafanya katika bunge hili, lakini kuna yale binadamu kumbukwa nayo katika kumbukumbu za yale niliyoyafanya katika bunge. Bwana Spika, kwanza kupitisha sheria kuhakikisha nimekataa ubinafsaji wa bandari ya Mombasa. Bwana Spika, kupitisha miswada, kuleta sheria, kuleta hoja za kutetea wana Mombasa, Mvita na wapwani kwa jumla kuhusiana na mambo ya athari ya uchumi wetu kupitia haya ya SGR na mengi mengineo. Bwana Spika, bila ya kuweza kusema ya kwa hivi wala vile, Bwana Spika, niko katika historia. Wakati Salvation Army ilikuwa imetupiwa petrol bomb, nilikuwa katika bunge hili nikitetea ya kwa makanisa yaweze kupata hifadhi. Vile vile wakati mashehe walikuwa wanapotezwa, ni sauti yangu ilikuwa ikisikika katika bunge hili. Bwana Spika, Bwana Spika, wafanyikazi maelfu wa Kenya Ports Authority, wa Kenya Ferry Services, wa Kenya Airport Authority, nimekuwa katika mstari wa mbele na nikaweza kuwatetea. Bwana Spika, nilipokuwa mwenyekiti wa Public Investment Committee, niliweza kuhifadhi nchi hii mabilioni ya pesa ambayo ilikuwa ni rahisi kuweza kupata fununu na harufu na binadamu kujaribu kuteleza. Lakini utajiri si fedha, utajiri ni utu. Tukaweza kuhakikisha ya kwa fedha zile zimehifadhiwa bila ya hofu wakati ule ule, Bwana Spika, nikahakikisha ya kuwa pesa zile ambazo kwamba zilikuwa zimeibiwa, tukaonesha wazi walioiba ni nani, jinsi ya kuweza kuwashika na bila ya hofu wala njia yoyote nyingine. Nina imani, Bwana Spika, hii leo ni siku yangu ya mwisho kuwa mbunge wa Mvita. Nitaendelea kuwa pamoja na wao kama mbunge mpaka Agosti, lakini kuingia katika jumba hili, Bwana Spika, kama mbunge nitakuwa leo ni siku yangu ya mwisho. Bwana Spika, nitarejea hapa katika bunge kama mgeni wako. Nina imani yale niloweza kujifunza katika bunge hili yataweza kunifaa nikiwa gavana wa jiji la Mombasa. Wasia wangu, Bwana Spika, kwa wanaokuja, wawe masimba kwa kutetea watu wao, wasiwe ni wenye kuwa masimba kwa kutetea kwa video za WhatsApp bila kuja katika bunge na kuleta miswada inayotakana. Kauli yangu ya mwisho, Bwana Spika, kuweza kutoa aya ya Qur'ani Suratul Nahl aya ya 53, na neema yoyote mlionayo inatoka kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Shukran sana, asanteni.
Member for Limuru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, let me say from the onset that it's been a privilege to serve in the 12th Parliament, which was significantly different from the one I served in 10th Parliament, where the ministers were drawn from the House without clear separation, and this was really quite a lesson that I learned on how, Honorable Speaker, to conduct business as an entity called Parliament and doing proper oversight. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, let me thank the people of Limuru for the overwhelming support that they have given me right from the time I was elected. The various groups that worked with me, the boda bodas, the saloonists, the clergy, the teachers, and of course the business community, Honorable Speaker, and who have kept on supporting me to this time and working together towards the betterment of the life of people of Limuru, the empowerment of youth and women, and all other programs that I do, Honorable Speaker, under the very well-known Mwadhi Foundation, which has been of use to our youth who have been leaving school after Form 4 and those who leave after university. Honorable Speaker, in this Parliament, I've also been able to serve, Honorable Speaker, as a member of Defense and Foreign Relations Committee, where I just served as a member, and I had the peculiar privilege, Honorable Speaker, to be your deputy in the Committee on Powers and Privileges, and I liked the way we worked together and the fact that you trusted me with every duty that you gave me and stood with the decisions that the committee made. That is something that I was very proud of. Honorable Speaker, after that I was placed under the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, and I want to thank His Excellency the President and the Jubilee Party for having found me fit to serve as the Chair of Labor and Social Welfare, and thereafter in about a year and a half also to serve in the Committee on Administration and National Security, Honorable Speaker, which had various challenges, and I've had so many words thrown towards me by colleagues because of what happens in that docket. But nevertheless, I've been able to carry the huge responsibility very well, to the extent that as we exit this 12th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, I carry everybody as my friend. For those who we disagreed principally and objectively, and there was nothing that was personal. Honorable Speaker, let me also recognize the leadership of this House, starting with yourself, Honorable Speaker, and of course all those who are in the Committee on Honors Awards, because after I have worked in those many committees, having served also as a Commissioner in Parliamentary Service Commission, Honorable Speaker, in the 10th Parliament, you found it fit to recognize my dedication and commitment to duty in this House, and awarded me the first-class Chief of the Order of Burning Spear of the Republic of Kenya. You recommended that, and I was awarded, and I think it's something that I'm very proud of on that recognition, and that the people of Limuru should also be proud of having produced a son who can perform to that extent. Honorable Speaker, as I end, let me thank all members of Parliament. And I hear my neighbor, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, saying, yes, I thank you for having worked with me. And that is why, yes, on the road network, and of course, you know, we are working together on security, especially at Gatune, where we have placed our officers on us two who have been always helpful to our community. And finally, Honorable Speaker, to pray to most of us, or all of us for that matter, that we make it back to the 13th Parliament. I have no doubt in my mind I'm fighting for the seat for Limuru, a member of Parliament, and I pray and hope that the people of Limuru will walk with me the journey that remains so that we can complete the projects that are pending. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Eseli Simiyu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance to also contribute. First and foremost, I would like to thank the good people of Tongaren constituency who have elected me to this House 3 times now, and I assure them that I'll diligently continue working for them. Mr. Speaker, this particular 12th Parliament has been very interesting, but I would like to thank the members for what they have done in the dying days of this Parliament, that finally they have agreed that CDF should be shared equitably. This has been my cry for the last 5 years, because I've had a nasty experience whereby my neighboring constituencies in Bungoma County are half the size of my constituency, and yet we get the same amount of money. That makes service delivery very difficult for me. But I would like to thank this Parliament that you have finally risen to what the Constitution dictates, that national resources should be shared equitably. And that's the constitutional thing. Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge that those of us who will be back in the 13th Parliament, we really look at this issue of gender balance, the 2/3 gender rule. It's a constitutional thing that we should have not more than 2/3 of any elective house should be made of one gender. But, Mr. Speaker, we have a difficulty because the electoral law that's supposed to operationalize that is a law for first past the post. It's impossible to fulfill the 2/3 gender rule when you're using the first past the post rule, electoral laws. So the next Parliament should consider re-looking at the electoral law, either adopt a proportional representation system or a mixed proportional representation and first past the post, a mixed member kind of proportional representation, so that we will be able to attain that 2/3 gender rule as dictated by the Constitution. Because without that, then every Chief Justice is going to be asked to dissolve this House. Every Chief Justice will be asking the President to dissolve this House. Yet we need to solve that matter once and for all. Mr. Speaker, I would like to agree with the Honorable Kanini Kega that sometimes we have fallen short of the expected dignity of members of Parliament. I've actually been a victim of colleagues coming to my constituency and abusing me. And what amuses me, these colleagues who are doing this are actually first-timers, while I'm a third-timer. It's really a shame. And unless we uphold our own dignity, going to a colleague's constituency, it's good to inform the colleague that you are visiting, and then go about your business without necessarily calling your colleague names and things like that. It is not a very good thing to do. Mr. Speaker, there's been talk about the attrition rate in this House. Yes, the attrition rate is high. And one of the reasons is because when you've been in Parliament for 5 years, and given the way our people take a member of Parliament to be, you have actually been spending a lot of money throughout. By the time the campaigns come, your pockets are dry, and the newcomers have a lot of money. And that's one of the contributors to the high attrition rate. Mr. Speaker, while that is said and done, but there are some parts of this country where the attrition rate is not that high. This is a global figure. 70% is a global figure. But when you look at the Western sector, that's Nyanza and Western, that attrition rate falls to below 40%. So it is actually, it actually differs from one part of the country to the other. So we need to look carefully. What is the cause of this high attrition rate? Because that high attrition rate means that the institutional memory that remains comes into the next parliament is actually curtailed because of that attrition rate. Mr. Speaker, finally, I wish you well in your endeavors. You've guided this House for the last two parliaments, and I wish you well in your next endeavors, even if it means coming back here, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that the people of Kenya will always look up to you favorably. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Gitutu Chache North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to conclude our session here today. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for a good job done. I'm proud of myself to have voted for you to be a speaker because you have performed beyond the standards. Mr. Speaker, this House, I want to thank every member of this House because they have worked with us as leaders of the House leadership very well. It doesn't matter what party any one of us belongs to. We have all worked together, which is a great thing. Mr. Speaker, I thank the people of Gitutu Chache North and the Gitutu Chache in general because before it was subdivided into two, it used to be Gitutu Chache, a constituency which has got has been subdivided into two constituencies now. And I thank those people of Gitutu Chache who sent me to this parliament. It's a lot of benefit that Kenyans have received by those people of Gitutu Chache North, Gitutu Chache sending me to this parliament. One is that I participated effectively in the bringing the law on the CDF. Before I came here, and before Engineer Karue came here, we didn't have CDF in this country. We sacrificed our own resources to hire a lawyer, Dr. Gisheru, from London to come and do a bill for us. Because no lawyer in Kenya wanted to do that bill, which was against the Moi government. And, but he did a good law for us, and I thank God, I thank our late President Kibaki, because he was then the leader of opposition. And he gave a very nice comment while he was contributing on that bill. He said, why didn't the Kenyans elect these two young men? Kenya would have developed if they had come here earlier and introduced this bill. Of course, the late President Moi could not accede to that bill, but fortunately, at the end of that term, Kibaki was elected the president of Kenya. And we took the bill to him and reminded him that you commended us for having brought that bill. So can you now take it up and assent to it? He called Muiradia, the late Muiradia, who was his Minister for Finance, and Muiradia said, when we took over power, our covers, the treasury covers were empty, so we cannot take up the bill. But Kibaki convinced him. He said, let these two young men reduce the minimum amount from 5% to 2.5%, and we take up the bill. That's what happened. It's unfortunate that we never, since that time, since 2003, up to now, we have not been able to raise that minimum from 2.5% to 3.5% to 5%, which was the original in the original bill. That's where I blame ourselves as members of parliament who don't want. You can see what has happened with the the local county government's share. They say a minimum of 15%, but this year is 31%. They have never increased, we have never increased the amount allocated to CDF beyond 2.5%. That's why I blame ourselves as members of this parliament. I also blame ourselves as members of this parliament. Mr. Speaker, since you call me the grandfather of this house, you have to add me time. So, Mr. Speaker, you add me time. Mr. Speaker, this house is the house which has been denied as state officers house allowance. And yet, this same house approves the lady who was the chairman of
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I came to this house as a young man in the year 2003, Mr. Speaker. 2003, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I thank the people of Yatta for having elected me, Mr. Speaker, not once, not twice, 3 times, Mr. Speaker. And in this particular time, Mr. Speaker, they had faith in me, they voted me as a person, and I'm here as an independent member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, representing and acting for the interest of the people of Yatta. Mr. Speaker, 2003 is a long time. I believe we have very many young men who were in school that time, who have gone to university, and who have worked, who can take over, Mr. Speaker, from where I'm living. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I have made it very clear I will not be defending my seat, and I'll be going for the Senate. And for the Machakos people, I promise them I'm bringing experience, because what you need in the Senate is a parliamentarian and somebody with experience, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I joined this House in 2003, Honorable Ngwenyi will tell you, and Ngwenyi will tell you, this was very difficult times, Mr. Speaker. There was no CDF. We did not have youth enterprise money fund, Mr. Speaker. There are no monies for women, Mr. Speaker. There are members of parliament did not even have a parliamentary office with staff. But, Mr. Speaker, I want us to recognize those members of parliament. They might not be here, but they played a very key role, influencing the role of parliament, ensuring members of parliament, Mr. Speaker, are empowered. One of them, Mr. Speaker, is a former commissioner, Alo Aringo, and the then commissioners, Mr. Speaker, I believe Bonangwenyi is one of them, who ensured every member of parliament is facilitated. Another member of parliament, Mr. Speaker, we must remember and recognize his role, is none other than Engineer Karue, the father of CDF, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because we don't have much time, Mr. Speaker, this 12th parliament, of course, had its low moments, Mr. Speaker. We have not been able, Mr. Speaker, to bring laws which can reduce cost of living. And one of the lowest moments, Mr. Speaker, is when this House passed a law introducing VAT on fuel, Mr. Speaker. That was the lowest moment, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, to my colleagues here, today I listened to one of the KISS FM stations. And strangely, the calls were about members of parliament from Western, Mr. Speaker. By the time I got to parliament, I think if you were to go by the number of calls in that radio station, 90% had gone home, Mr. Speaker. I want to encourage members of parliament, as an old member of parliament, Mr. Speaker, sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire. There's a good reason. Attrition rate has always been very high, but it is not very high everywhere. Where I come from, Ukambani, attrition rate is like 30% lose, 70% come back. So members of parliament, free advice, we must pull up your socks. When you are elected as a member of parliament, you are elected to come to the House. People need to see you in the House to legislate, to bring the interest in the House here, not in public rallies out there, Mr. Speaker. Because the complaints you are getting today when I listened is I've never seen that member of parliament in the House. You are elected to come to the House, Mr. Speaker, so that your people, you can fight for the interest of your electorate in the House, not in the public baraza, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, being in this House long has told me something else. Mr. Speaker, remember this is only politics and democracy. Do not abuse. If you're in Azimio, do not go abuse Ruto. Criticize. If you are in UDA, don't go abusing Raila. Luya save you to Chenjanga. And then there's an handshake. And you are the one with the biggest mouth abusing Raila or abusing Ruto. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very important. Deal with facts as they are. Leave abuses. Do not post evil because the internet does not forget, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish you well. We came here, you as a young man also, in the 9th Parliament. Of course, you are my senior. You've done a very good job as a
member for Kikuyu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And all members of this House, all the best as they embark on their campaigns. And hopefully, we will see many of you back in this House after August 9th this year, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have had the privilege and the honor bestowed on me by the great people of Kikuyu to serve them for the last 2 terms as their Member of Parliament. And I must indeed say, Honorable Speaker, unlike what the Honorable Kilonzo is saying, I am proud that I have been able to articulate issues both in the House and in political rallies. And I want to encourage those who shout in political rallies, please continue doing so because it is important. Also articulate the issues that you articulate on the floor of the House because that is where, again, you come and articulate issues representing your people. Honorable Speaker, I am honored to have served with very many members of this House, some for the first time and others that we served in the 11th Parliament with, and I want to wish all of them the very best as they embark on their campaigns. However, Honorable Speaker, I have a disturbing episode that I have seen in this Parliament, unlike in the 11th Parliament when I first joined in Parliament. After the handshake, Honorable Speaker, this House regrettably became like a marketplace. People never allowed other people to articulate their issues and to say what they want to say without shouting them down. And it is sad that we come to a house where you call yourselves honorable men and ladies, but we cannot have the patience to listen to each other. How I pray that in the next Parliament, we will have the patience to listen to each other, allow your colleagues to articulate their issues, and you have your opportunity for a rebuttal on anything that they say that does not please you. Honorable Speaker, as you can see, I'm in a very yellow shirt, and I must announce it is a Mtumba shirt. Honorable Speaker, even the coat I'm wearing and the tie, and even the trousers, are Mtumba shirts, trousers, and they're all nice clothes, and I believe I am looking very smart today in this Mtumba outfit. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, even as we say, don't insult others. And I am on record, Honorable Speaker, I have had tremendous respect for the former Prime Minister. And as vehemently as I have opposed his policies and his political persuasions, I have never insulted him. And I will never insult the former Prime Minister. Neither will I ever insult Uhuru Kenyatta as the President of the Republic of Kenya, or even him as a person. But I will criticize them. I will tell them the truth as it is. And for those that believe they are gods, I will tell them that I only believe in one God Almighty. I will never worship a man. And I can never, and no Kenyan will ever worship another man. Therefore, even for our leaders, let us also have that heart to be understanding to our people, that our people do not wear mtumba because they like wearing the clothes of the dead people, as you are telling us. They wear mtumba because you have captured our state. You have strangled our economy, strangulated Kenyans to an extent that they cannot afford the designer clothes that you wear. Today, I decided to wear mtumba clothes in solidarity with the people of Kenya who are being insulted. The people of Kenya who are being insulted for what they wear. But I want to ask the people of Kenya on the 9th of August, remember those who care about you. Remember those who care about your economy, those who care about your families and your livelihoods, those who want to build your economy from the bottom up. And with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, because I can see time is passing, I want to promise the people of Kikuyu that, as I have said, kazi ionge. And as we say where I come from, Wera Warie, saying I am proud of what I've been able to achieve as a member of parliament, even as I ask them to give me a third term to continue serving them and serving the great people of Kenya in this parliament. Tuonane bunga lijao.
Member for Kibwezi East.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, even I give my exit remarks, Mr. Speaker, as you have allow me to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 9th June 2022, the afternoon sitting. And this is the exit report on the Public Accounts Committee for the 12th Parliament, that is 2017 to 2022, signed by the Chairperson, Public Accounts Committee, and I am the Vice Chairperson of Public Accounts Committee. So I do like. On the same note, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the people of Kibwezi East for giving me the chance to serve them, not one term, but 2 terms consecutively. And having them promise also to give me a 3rd term, which I'm really working hard to come back to this parliament. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take the opportunity to thank you as my mentor, as since 2013, I've been serving under you in the speaker's panel. From 2017 to date, I've been serving as a speaker under you. Mr. Speaker, on the same, thanking the members who we really worked together, my very good friends. I know at times it has been difficult when you're chairing, but we have done very well as a house. I want to register my appreciation to my party, the Wiper Democratic Movement, through the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, the party leader, who through him have been able to get the opportunity to serve as the Vice Chairperson, the Public Accounts Committee, which I've just given the exit report. And again, the President of this Republic, through my hard work, from serving the community, serving the country, serving in the Parliament, I've been able to be awarded First Class Chief of Burning Spear, the CBS. Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself and thank the members that we have been able to walk a long way and have been part and parcel of the achievements of the Parliament in terms of the bills that have been passed and ascended to, in terms of the motions, and especially, Mr. Speaker, I've really enjoyed the Committee of the Whole, where we passed the bills and I've been chairing, and I've really enjoyed. So I want to wish the members all the best, those who are going to other seats, especially those who are going to the Senate but coming from the National Assembly, and us who are going to be back here, hopefully. But of course, we have the confidence that we're going to come back here to serve our people in the other 13th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish them the best. You, being the leader, we know, Mr. Speaker, and also being my mentor, I want to wish you the best. I know the future is very bright for you. We wish you the best, even as a house. On behalf of the members of the panel, allow me to register on behalf of the ones who are not present, our appreciation. You've guided us, you've been our father, and we've learned a lot. I thank you and wish every other member the best.
Member for Laikipia North, Honorable Sarah Korere. Paulata.
Speaker, nashukuru kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Yangu ya kwanza, napenda kumshukuru Maulana kwa neema zake, kwa fadhili, kwa kutuhifadhi Mheshimiwa Spika tangia tulipoanza muhula huu wa 12 katika bunge hili. Na Spika, kwa njia ya kipekee na kushukuru wewe kwa kazi nzuri uliofanya katika bunge hili. Na zaidi ya yote Spika, ningependa kukuarifu kwamba muhula wa 13 Mwenyezi Mungu akitujalia nitakuwa mmoja kuhesabika kurudi katika nyumba hili. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, uko na kazi nzuri na kubwa ambaye umechangia kurudi kwangu hapa. Mheshimiwa Spika, na washukuru zaidi wananchi wa Laikipia Kaskazini ambao kwa mara ya kwanza tangu Kenya kupata uhuru, Laikipia wakaweza kuchagua mwanamke wa kwanza kama mbunge kutoka kwa eneo bunge hilo. Mheshimiwa Spika, japokuwa mimi natoka katika jamii ndogo ambaye hata wakati nchi ya Kenya wanafanya census, sisi tuko wale wanaitwa wengine ama kwa kimombo others. Manake sijaona mdoroba akiorodheshwa katika kuhesabiwa. Lakini mbali na hayo, Mwenyezi Mungu si Mungu wa vitu vya kawaida. Ameweza kunipa kibali na nikaweza kuchaguliwa na walio wengi. Mheshimiwa Spika, na zaidi ya hayo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba nimeweza kufanya kazi kwa uadilifu, kwa uaminifu, kutumikia wananchi walionituma hapa bila hofu, bila shaka na bila kuogopa yeyote yule. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilipoingia bunge hii mara ya kwanza niliteuliwa na chama changu wakati huo. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nakushukuru manake ni kawaida sana kwamba wale ambaye wanapitia kuteuliwa na vyama mara nyingi wanadharauliwa na wengine wanafikiria wako hapa kuonekana, lakini hiyo sio kusikika. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu leo kwa sababu hata rais anayeondoka sasa alipitia kwa njia hiyo hiyo na amekuwa rais wa Kenya wa 4. Mimi naamini kwamba hata mimi siku moja nitakuwa rais wa nchi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, napenda kusema hivi. Tumeweza kuwakilisha watu wetu kwa njia mbalimbali. Lakini zaidi ya mno Mheshimiwa Spika, kupitia kwa kikapu la maendeleo ya maeneo bunge, Mheshimiwa Spika, imeweza kuwa ni kikapu ambaye imezaidia zaidi wananchi wa nchi hii. Ukitazama ugatuzi Mheshimiwa Spika, gatuzi la CDF ndilo ambalo limeonekana katika mashinani, ndilo ambalo limeweza kufanya mengi katika mashinani, na ndilo ambalo limeweza kuguza mwananchi wa kawaida Mheshimiwa Spika. Na inasikitisha sana kwamba ni fedha kidogo sana inaweza kuwekwa katika ile kikapu ya CDF. Mimi na warai wenzangu ambayo tutarudi hapa kwamba jambo la kwanza lazima tushughulikie ni kuinua ile mapato ama ugamvi wa CDF Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nchi hii ni nchi ambao wananchi sio sawa. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika nchi hii uchache wetu pia wale ambaye tunatoka sehemu zingine tumeweza kubaguliwa, na inasikitisha kwamba ndugu aliyeongea Mheshimiwa Ichung'wah Kimani ambaye anatoka Kikuyu walianza kujenga mashule huko kabla ya mkoloni kuondoka, anapewa fedha sawa na mimi ambaye kuna mashule saa hii ndio tunaanza kuweka Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi ni matumaini yangu makubwa kwamba eneo hilo litashughulikiwa ili tuweze kuona usawa katika ugavi wa rasilimali katika nchi hii. Nikimalizia, Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema wale wetu tuko katika mrengo wa Azimio ambaye tunajua baba the fifth atakuwa rais. Ni aibu watu kueneza uongo na fitina kwamba Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga amekashifu sekta ya mitumba. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga amesema atafufua ukulima wa pamba. Na Mheshimiwa Spika,
Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I must thank you very much for allowing me to also make my closing remarks in the House. And on the onset, Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate you in person and as our Speaker. You have been of great help to me while serving as the Majority Whip. You gave me the induction on how to move on. And Honorable Speaker, I must appreciate you so much and thank you for that induction. Honorable Speaker, I must thank the Leader of Majority, Mheshimiwa Amos Kimunya, that we have worked very well. When he's not in, I've sat in his place. And Honorable Speaker, that kind of delegation is not easy. You find that most of the leaders would not want to delegate their duties to you, but Honorable Kimunya did take that into consideration. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the chairs of committees for really working hard to making sure that reports come on the floor on time. And Honorable Speaker, where they have not been there, they've been able, we liaise with them, such that we have really worked together. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to also appreciate your Deputy Speaker for having been there for us. He keeps us alive, Honorable Speaker, as we wait to come into the session of the House. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank all the members. They have been very cooperative. In our position, Honorable Speaker, if members don't cooperate with you, these are all our equals. It's simply a matter of cooperation that you are able to work with them. I want to thank you, my colleagues, for giving me that ample time to work with you. It has not been easy, but I must appreciate you for what you have given to me. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya. One, as the President, and two, as the party leader of Jubilee Party, Honorable Speaker. As the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, he decorated me with the CBS First Class, Chief of the Burning Spear. Through you, Honorable Speaker, and your recommendation, he really did it well to me, and I don't take it for granted. And on behalf of the people of Navajo, Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the President on that together with yourself. As the party leader of Jubilee Party, Honorable Speaker, I must thank His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta for giving me the nomination and appointment, Honorable Speaker, to serve in this House as the Majority Whip. I serve here, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Jubilee Party, which I really want to thank the President as the party leader of Jubilee. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the party, Jubilee, for allowing me to be in this House. They gave me the ticket, and I served honestly, diligently, until today. Honorable Speaker, as we go into the election of 9th August, I have said that I cross over, Honorable Speaker. I will be vying through the party, ODM party, which I want to thank the Right Honorable Raila Odinga for coming up to my village, Honorable Speaker, to actually give me the ticket and show the people of Navajo that I now belong to the ODM party. I must thank him for that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank my colleagues whom I've served in the Committee on Agriculture in the beginning of the term as their Vice Chair, the Regional Integration Committee, Honorable Speaker. Later on, I joined Justice and Legal Affairs. I must thank the Honorable Muturi Kigano, who has been my chair. I must thank the Honorable Kanini Kega, who has also been my chair in the Committee on Budget and Appropriation. And personally, thank you, Mr. Speaker, in your capacity as the chair for the House Business Committee, whom I've served with you, and you have really been of great help and showed me how to organize a House to move on, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I can see as I get a little time more, I want to thank that, Honorable Speaker, during my time, I want to wish that the education bill which we passed through in this House last term has now come to fruition, And I'm seeing, Honorable Speaker, the manifesto of His Excellency, Honorable Raila Odinga, to perpetuate, Honorable Speaker, and make sure that the Kenyan child gets education from basic to university, Honorable Speaker, is as a result of what we passed in this House, the bill that did exempt Kenyans from paying examination fee. Honorable Speaker, in this 12th Parliament, I must single out two bills which are of great importance to me. One bill is the Children's Bill, Honorable Speaker, which has really defined how children are supposed to be guarded. Honorable Speaker, and the Employment Bill, which has allowed the youth, Honorable Speaker, not to be subjected to so many regulations in terms.
Member for Matungu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you for giving me this chance to say a word or two in this 12th Parliament, being the last day of debate, and actually not the last day of Parliament, but the last day of debate. I'd like to take this chance first and foremost to sincerely and from the bottom of my heart thank the people of Matungu for electing me to this Parliament through the by-election that came at the tail end of this 12th Parliament. Actually, I came in through the by-election after a very rigorous campaign period during that time, and my election to this House showed that the people of Matungu actually have big faith in me. And the by-election happened after the death of the Honorable Member of Parliament for Matungu, the late Honorable Justice Murunga. And I take this opportunity to pay my glowing tribute to the late Honorable Member, and also take this time to pledge that the trust that the people of Matungu gave to me to replace Honorable Murunga at the tail end of this session was a clear indication that the people wanted me to complete his vision, to go on with his vision and actually fulfill the mandate that they had given to him. Despite the fact that it has been a very short period of time. Actually, I came in March last year, and the better part of the year, I was in court battling a petition. So, therefore, the time that I had to fulfill a lot of promises that the late Member of Parliament had made for the people of Matungu, and I had made also to the people as the Member of Parliament, the time was not big enough to realize all the dreams of the people of Matungu. But nevertheless, the short time that I've been the legislator, I have been able to achieve a lot. In fact, if I go by what the residents of Matungu are saying, the few months that I've been there, I've been able to achieve more than what the former Member of Parliament had achieved in 15 years. So therefore, I continue telling the people of Matungu to keep their faith and believe that all their vision will be realized through me. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I had said earlier, the short period that I was given by the people of Matungu to work for them as a Member of Parliament, to replace the late Member of Parliament, I've been able to do a lot, especially in education, because I took that time to give priority to education, because that is a field that I felt that had not been attended to well by the previous regimes. And therefore, one of the major programs is that I enhanced the bursary distribution from 10% to over 80%, and I introduced new education programs like the TVET programs, NITA programs, and I was able to pick very many children from the homes to colleges to get skills that will help them in future. Mr. Speaker, sir, and
Honorable Shamala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It has been an honor to serve my country, Kenyans, and the Jubilee Party in the 12th Parliament, as well as to sit on the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and the Delegated and Legislation Committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have taught me so much. You honestly have the patience of Job. You also have incredible humor, incredible wit, and of course, incredible experience and knowledge of standing orders, something I simply could not understand when I got here and tried to correlate it with the Civil Procedure Code. Thank you so much. You have taught me so much. I want to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for nominating me to this position. It has been really, really special for me. I want to thank all the members of this house. We had our bad times, our good times, but at the end, it's amazing. We always were part, I called it an old boys club, in spite of the fact that there were lots of girls in it as well. And I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, in spite of, like I said, sometimes very, very heavy times. Finally, I want to thank the Almighty Elohim, because I know where He leads me. And it is said, and I believe, that every sunset is also a sunrise. It just depends where you're standing. Thank you.
Member for Kinangop.
Mr. Speaker, donate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry for that temporary interruption by the Honorable Jennifer. I take this opportunity first to thank you for the opportunity to address and give my exit speech, or rather my speech towards the end of this session of this Parliament. And from the onset, I want to thank God that He gave me an opportunity to serve the people of Kinangop, and to the great people of Kinangop, I will be forever be grateful for the chance to serve that great constituency that happens to be the biggest in Nyandarua County in terms of population and vastness. And Mr. Speaker, we've been able to do much. I've been able to represent them effectively to the extent that we've been able to have tremendous growth owing to the level of my skills in negotiation, and also in terms of lobbying for projects from the national government. We've been able to grow immensely. Kinangop has never or had not experienced the kind of growth that it has experienced in the last 5 years. We have been able to get 2 colleges. One is a technical training college. The other one is a Kenya Medical Training College. And in fact, we go to an extent whereby we had to change the policy in the Ministry of Health, whereby Kenya Medical Training Colleges were only built around hospitals. And because of the scarcity of land and, of course, areas to expand, we decided that that policy had to go, so that then within the proximity of the hospital, then we could acquire land and build these colleges, which are very instrumental in terms of human resource, getting the required human resource for our hospitals and health workers in all cadres. Mr. Speaker, I've also had a moment to learn, and I must appreciate your effort in terms of leading us and ensuring that we are conversant with the standing orders of this House, which you are so well conversant with. I give you credit for that. And it has given us an opportunity to really do things as per the rules, regulations, in terms of traditions of this house. We've been able to do much and to learn. Specifically, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being so kind with some of us who are doing first term and being able to accommodate us so that then we learn within, through the learning curve. Mr. Speaker, I also happened to benefit by serving in 3 committees of, that are very important in this house, though I don't want to mean that there are committees that are less important, but I was able to serve in Health Committee. I was able to serve in Public Investments Committee, where I gave my contribution based on my background in terms of training, and I think the Hansard will judge me politely for really being very instrumental in that committee. I also happened to serve in Defense Committee, and Mr. Speaker, I must appreciate the chairman of these 2 committees, especially Defense and Public Investment Committee, who are now going to run for gubernatorial positions, and of course I wish them well. Mr. Speaker, they were able to delegate some of their responsibilities so that then we learn for us to really, as we transit to the next parliament, so that then maybe we can be more effective in the 13th parliament, God willing, because I believe the people of Kinago believe we still have an unfinished business that we have to do in the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, one thing I'm so proud of, having served as a member of parliament, is that I've been able to place so many children in school. I've been an advocate for education in my constituency, and for sure I've been telling them that education is wealth. And because in the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, I also have a paper here that I want to lay before you, on the table of the House, of a committee that I was a part, a caucus that I was part of, the Young Parliamentarians Association, KYPA. And I want to lay this paper, exit report of the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, to the table of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well. Let's table it. Member von Diwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank God for the gift of life and also the gift of health and all the providences that have enabled me to be in this house. But, Mr. Speaker, also, there are some things I admire from you and I've learned. Number one is that your patience and humor, that has kept us going. You have also gone through free showers during those water bottles, and you went through them all. The mastery of standing orders, that has been amazing to me. And also I'm challenged by the standing orders in Swahili. I'm working on my Swahili, Mr. Speaker. When I come back, the MP of Vita and others, I don't think they will intimidate me. So those take-home messages which I have got from you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish you well. And I want to give you a text, which is Jeremiah 29:11. Let nobody tell you you can't. Your future is bright, wherever you will end up in. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the people, and especially the CDF members. The Speaker, when I started, there was no institution of higher learning in Dewa as a whole, as big as it is. But working with them, we have managed to build a KMTC, which is now having over 100 students rather. We have also initiated Raila Amolo Odinga University for Agriculture and Technology, a branch of Tomboya. 2 institutions where there was none, and I want to thank the community for that opportunity. Also, we were the pioneer of ICT hubs. When it was floated that we could allocate CDF, I did allocate for 2, now there are 5. And out of that, amazingly, through the help of Ministry of ICT, we have managed to employ 40 youth who are now transcribing all those things written by lawyers into a digital platform. And I expect to do 7 of them in the 7 wards. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to thank Sabina Chege, because when I came, I had only 1 committee, which I was frequenting, And Sabina, as a chair, gave me the opportunity to chair that committee whenever she was not there. That taught me a lot because I had to read a lot. And also on the same line, I want to thank my colleagues, Dr. Dahir, Professor Mar, and Thuku, for the support they gave me as de facto chair, so to speak, as we were going through many, many bills. And we managed over dozens of bills which we passed there. Also allow me to thank my party leader, Raila Amolo Odinga, who have been in and out of this house. He has fought liberation after liberation. And for those who have the history on the institution of politics in this country, even if we are campaigning, we have to have due respect to those who have fought for us so that we can speak and we can express ourselves. And the champion of that is Raila Amolo Odinga, the incoming president of this Republic of Kenya. Also, I want to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the bill which has just been passed, equitable share of CDF. For us, as one of the members said here, we have suffered because there was 3 constituencies in one, but we were getting at par. 204 schools and others have 40 schools, and you have to look at them. Lastly, when I come back, I'll not call any MP a mono. I'll not say it I'm one, and I'm happy I will not also be called a mono as well. I think we are honorable members. Maybe worship. Lastly, on a light joke, Mr. Speaker, sometimes they just say it on a light joke, but I think that language will go so that we can usher in the decorum that we deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All colleagues, I wish you well. May God bless you all.
Member for Royal Suburbs. Member for Royal Suburbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing my constituency as such. Indeed, Roysabu is a corruption of the Royal Suburbs. Mr. Speaker, deep from my heart, I'm very thankful and grateful to the residents of Roysabu. It is most humbling and a great honor to me to have been elected twice by the people of Roysabu. I want to thank them and tell them that I'm most indebted and assure them that I have done my best within the capacity I have and the resources that have been at my disposal from the government. Mr. Speaker, in my term, I have endeavored to improve educational facilities in my constituency, such that, Mr. Speaker, many people assume that Nairobi constituencies are developed. But to surprise you, Mr. Speaker, little do they know that when I was elected first, in Roysabu, there were only 250 spaces for secondary school pupils. That was in Kamite Secondary School and Kahawa Garrison. And Mr. Speaker, I can today proudly report that we have grown those spaces from 250 to 5,000 spaces for secondary school pupils in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, that is a transition from 46% to 85%. And I want to assure them that we'll gather momentum and achieve the 100% transition from primary school to secondary school. Mr. Speaker, I don't have a lot of words and I prefer to speak in figures. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm reporting today that in my constituency, the government has spent 400 million in bursaries, 300 for secondary schools and 100 for tertiary universities and colleges in my school. Mr. Speaker, that turns out to be 55,000 bursaries for secondary schools and 5,000 bursaries, all for individuals in university and tertiary colleges. Mr. Speaker, we have also done a lot in building secondary schools to create those opportunities. I need not mention their names. We have also reformed almost all the public primary schools within my constituency. Within that time, Mr. Speaker, on the front of creating jobs, we have disbursed over 50 million in Uwezo funds, 35 million of which my constituency has repaid. In fact, my constituency is the best in Nairobi. It ranks #1 in repayment of those loans. Mr. Speaker, in matters infrastructure, through KERA, that is Kenya Rural Roads Authority, and KURA, we have completed 25 kilometers of roads in Kablo and Malam. Mr. Speaker, we have improved roads in Zimmerman, in Githurai, in Kahawa West, in Garden Estate, and so many others. And we believe that in the budget we have passed, we have allocated a lot of money to NMS, which has ongoing projects in my constituency, which we hope are going to be completed by the time our duration of parliament is completely over. We can also proudly report, Mr. Speaker, that within those years, we have been able to build 2 level 4 hospitals at Pickens, Jadaine, and at Githurai. We have a new level 4 hospital done by the national government through the Nairobi Metropolitan. We have also improved Maruroi Hospital and Kahawa West hospitals. Mr. Speaker, my rallying call to the people of Roysabu is that we will not stop building schools until we are able to accommodate all the pupils and students of Roysabu within our constituencies. We are tired of parents every year taking their children to Moranga, Kajiado to look for secondary school spaces while we can develop them ourselves. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance and the leadership to the House and all my colleagues. I thank you and wish you a comeback. Thank you and God bless you.
Member for Samburu North.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, as we exit, I want to thank you so much for your leadership, for your exemplary leadership. You have guided us, you have advised us, and we are able now to interact, transact business here because of your quality of leadership. I also want to thank God for giving us opportunity for life, for being here for 10 years. It's not by chance. It is because of the grace of God. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank members of the Personal Supplementary group who gave me an opportunity to be their chair in the last 5 years. I want to wish them well, and I want to pray that they all come back to this parliament again in the 13th parliament. My colleagues here, I want to say thank you so much for knowing you. We have made friends, we have interacted, and we appreciate. We are going out of here when I have more friends than when I came here in this house. Mr. Speaker, for the people of Samburu North, I want to thank them for giving me an opportunity to serve them for the last 10 years and trusting me to do on their behalf what I have done. I want to say that I have inherited a seriously marginalized constituency because we were being marginalized by Samburu West before the constituency was carved from the same. I want to say that we have done what a human being could do. In the last 10 years, I've been able to build 10 new secondary schools. And Mr. Speaker, you know, in that region, 70% of our people do not know how to write and read. secondary education, or rather primary education, all the education system is really necessary for our people to close that gap of 70% illiteracy. And Mr. Speaker, we have also done roads. We have done projects of water. I want to request that Samburu North constituents, I want to request them that they give me an opportunity. There are so many, a lot of work that has not been done, and I want to finish those projects that are left out, behind. Things like roads, water, electricity, security, and so that we can be able to fill the gap, because we have been marginalized and we have been left out because of previous systems and governments. Mr. Speaker, for the current government and the future government, I want to appeal that that country where I come from, and in northern Kenya in particular, we are ravaged by drought all the time. And no single government has really made serious, deliberate effort to ensure that we actually face problems of drought or emergencies when it occurs. Livelihoods are not well. If we could face we can improve the management of livestock and other sources of income, we would have been able to fight drought or emergencies when they come. The issue of security, Mr. Speaker, we want to appeal that the government that is current government and even the future government, together with us, I want to appeal that we again try our policies, change our policies to be able to face the issue of insecurity, because it's really affecting our people. And one biggest problem is that the flow of illegal firearms from Sudan, from Ethiopia, from Somalia. We need to face that head-on in the future, and I am sure the Asimiu administration, which when it comes to leadership, I'm sure it will be able to address that, because we have trust that they'll be able to do that take head-on. For CDF, I know that this has been a very good project for the country and for us. CDF has made a lot of steps in making sure that we feel it on the ground. We want to support CDF, allocation of CDF money, so that we can be able to develop our areas. Finally, Mr. Speaker, peace is paramount. I want to appeal to my colleagues that when you go for campaigning, let us preach peace. That this country belongs to us. It's only for us. We don't have another country. So as we campaign, let us always remember to keep peace. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Isiolo North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute. This being our last sitting, Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by thanking Almighty Allah for giving me opportunity to serve my people of Isiolo North, and also people of Isiolo North for electing me to represent them in 12th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank you for your guidance. There are several occasions when I had issues in my constituency, and I sought your guidance, and that guidance came in very handy in guiding me in terms of how I should approach the issues and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, being a first-time MP is not an easy thing, actually, to play one's role effectively in this House. But because of support from senior members, a few of whom I'm going to name, I was able to pick up quickly and be active in terms of contributing to debate in this House, and on many occasions, on matters touching on welfare of my constituents. I would like to thank in a very big way the former Majority Leader, Honorable Adan Duale, who actually gave me a lot of guidance immediately we were sworn in, and encouraged me actually to be active, and also gave me encouragement after each and every motion that I contributed to, and also Honorable Raso and Honorable Chachu, and my sister Sophia here, who we belong to the same committee on environment. I would like to, in a very special way, to thank my members with whom we are serving in Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, my friend Engineer Nzengu of Mwingi North, our chair, a very able chair, very considerate, and a third-termer who has been giving us a lot of guidance and also helping us actually through the committee to look at some of the issues that are pertinent to in needs of my people. I want to pinpoint or point out through the intervention of the committee and also through my lobbying how we were able to actually extend 25 kilometers of clean water from Merti to a place called Korbesa, covering 5 centers. People who have never enjoyed clean water since independence today are actually having access to clean water, and 3 dispensaries and 5 schools have access to water, and so on and so forth. To my great people of Isiolo North, I want to tell you, I have learned in my first term, I have performed. I would like to appeal to them, because nothing is, it's not broken, please don't fix it. Give me another term so that I can perfect and I can do more for you. Thank you very much.
Member for Bahati.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hiyo, na ningeanza pengine kwa mambo mawili ama matatu ambaye ningetaka pengine kuangazia. Na ya kwanza ni kukushukuru Bwana Spika, na nimeona watu yote wameongea mambo yako Spika, uzuri wako, vile umeongoza miaka 10, na minashangaa wana macho na kweli wameona. Na ningewauliza hivi kwa ufupi sana, kama ametuongoza kwa miaka 10 kwa uzuri ile mmetangaza hapa, na mnajua yeye ako Kenya kwanza na Speaker wa Senate ako Kenya kwanza, mnangoja nini? Hamwezi kuona pahali serikali inakuja? Serikali ambayo inakuja ya Kenya kwanza ni uongozi ule mekuweko, ule mnasifu na kusema ni uongozi mzuri. Bwana Speaker, tunashukuru. Ukiingia tukitengeza hiyo serikali nyingine, utuongoze namna hiyo hiyo unavyotuongoza, kwa sababu wewe ni mtu mzuri na una maono mazuri. Ya pili, Bwana Speaker, ningesema tumekuwa na kamati tofauti tofauti na umetusaidia. Na mimi ningetaka kushukuru kamati ya CDF ikiongozwa na chairman wa Munyinyi. Tumeshukuru sana kwa sababu tumehakikisha hakuna mbunge hajapata pesa zake za CDF kwa wakati huu, labda alias ambaye tunasukuma Bwana Speaker, na ninashukuru sana kwa sababu ya uongozi wako. Ya tatu, Bwana Speaker, kuna mtu mlavi, na ningetaka kupea hii barua nikimaliza mazungumzo yangu. County Director wa Education kwa Nakuru ameandika barua ya kusema hakuna mjumbe anaruhusiwa kwenda kwa shule, kufungua mjengo, public participation, hata kupeana basari. Nafikiri ni mtu haelewi, na ningetaka aelewe saa hii kazi ya wajumbe ni kazi gani. Na barua hiyo ninaye hapa, nitakukabidhi uone. Tuna watu walavi ambao hawajui wabunge ile kazi wamefanya. They have done a lot of work. Ya mwisho ningetaka kusema hii Bwana Speaker, kuna watu wanarukaruka kukatakata mazungumzo yangu huko na huko wakisema sijui nina support Raila Odinga, sijui nafanya nini. Mimi ni UDA, na mimi ndio founder ya UDA, na mimi candidate wangu ni William Samoei Ruto mpaka tumalize mpaka mwisho. Na mimi si mtu wa kutabataba, nina msimamo, na mimi ni UDA na ni candidate wa Bahati. Mimi tazungumza mambo ya Bahati, watu wa Bahati wanajua ile kazi nimefanya. Na watufuate watu wa Bahati, mfuate wabunge vitendo yao, msiwapige, muangalie wamewafanyia nyinyi nini. Hakuna haja ya kubadilisha mtu mzuri na mtu ambaye haujajua. Chagua mjumbe ambaye umekaa naye na umeweza kumuelewa. Asante sana.
Member for Kwanza.
The Speaker, let me also take this opportunity, first and foremost, to thank you most sincerely. I have known you even before you became a Speaker of this House, and you have made me proud because you've not let us down. You've guided this House in the best way possible. And so, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank you most sincerely, and I want to wish you well, whatever you are going to do. And of course, your staff as well, the clerk of this House, and not of you, I want to wish you well, but you particularly, you made me proud, because whenever you come to this House, it is quiet, respect, because they know you're a man of wisdom. The Speaker, I want to thank you for that. Secondly, the Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank members of Parliament who have come to my constituency and helped me, including Mheshimiwa Bokose and the rest, that you have come to my constituency and you have made me proud. I'm now doing my second term, and I'm sure I'm going to do my third term because of the work that has been done in Kwanza. Thirdly, I also want this opportunity to thank most sincerely members of, because somebody mentioned about people speaking anyhow. We are leaders of this country, and if anything goes wrong, you are elected as a leader. You are not actually elected as a member of parliament for that particular constituency. You are a national leader. Anything going wrong, it's good for you to come up and say it is wrong. We want this country to develop. We want this country to develop economically, socially, so can be able to be proud of what we have done as leaders of this country. I also want to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency the Deputy President for having come to my constituency and launched up the road that my previous member of parliament who had worked for 24 years now could not get it, or say if you want a tarmac road, you stick 6 feet deep. But His Excellency the Deputy President came up plus, launched the tarmac road that actually connects my constituency with Mheshimiwa Bokose and even Cherengani, and I want to take this opportunity to thank him. He is going to be the next president of this Republic of Kenya. Let's wait. Honorable Ruto is the next president of this republic. And take my word. Take my word. That's the way to go. I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for having guided this House, and I wish you well your next endeavor. Thank you.
Member for Kitui West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also say that I thank God for the opportunity which He gave me to serve the people of Kitui West. I also thank the people of Kitui West for giving me the opportunity to serve them. I've actually served for 4 years because I came in through a by-election after the passing on of my late husband, Francis Nyenze. And I'm grateful that I was able to fit into his shoes. As the people of Kitui West tell me, that I've been able to actually fit into his big shoes because he was a leader of minority in the 11th Parliament. Let me take this opportunity to say that I sincerely thank Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who encouraged me to to do my maiden speech. And she actually encouraged me to do it immediately I joined Parliament, and I was able to do it in my second week in Parliament. And that has really helped me. So I'm really grateful to her. Let me also say that I'm very grateful to the people of Kitui West whom I've served for those 4 years. I've been able to do a lot, especially in matters education and security. And I've also been able to ensure that education is embraced so much in my constituency, having increased the number of students who are going to the university. Let me say that during my term in Parliament, I really very much wanted to pass a bill, a children's bill. It was for the mentally challenged children, which I noticed in my county, in one of my wards, that I have very many mentally challenged children, and I wanted centers to be built for them so that they would free their mothers to do other business. This did not really go through, but it went through as an amendment in the children's bill, and I'm really grateful for that. Let me say that I'm also very grateful to my colleagues who held my hand. I thank my party leader, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, for giving me the opportunity. I also thank Honorable Molu Makali. He's been my chair in my county, and he's actually led by example, and I've been able to learn a lot from him. So I wish to also thank my colleagues for the support they've given me, and I wish my colleagues success as we go into the campaigns. I wish them success, that let's all...
Member for Kapenguria. No, it's not about the closeness. The next one is the member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to start by thanking the Almighty God for the far He has brought me. I also want to thank Him for giving me parents who are able to do what was expected of them and push me through the education system, Honorable Speaker, so that I will be able to be a leader in Kitui Central. I want to thank the people of Kitui Central, Honorable Speaker, for having given me the chance to serve them for the last 10 years, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is through their trust and confidence that I was able to meet people like you, who we have served together in the house business for the last 10 years, and we have also served together in the CPA, that is the Common Parliamentary Association, for a long time. We have had many, many sessions together out there, out of this country, and I must, Honorable Speaker, confirm what our colleagues are saying, that, Honorable Speaker, you are a very special person. The guidance you have given us as a House, the leadership we have provided to this House, Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that one day you will be able to do that at the highest level in this land, so that Kenyans can really feel what it takes to be led by you. Honorable Speaker, I want also to take this opportunity to thank my party, the Wiper Party led by Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, who is another person I would wish that one day he also has the opportunity to lead this country. Honorable Speaker, I've managed to be sponsored by that party twice, and now, as I'm talking, for the third time, I have a party sponsorship, the third time, of Wiper Democratic Movement. I don't want to take it for granted, Honorable Speaker. This is also a show of confidence in my leadership that they're able to give me their ticket, and I really want to thank the Wiper Party and members for the support. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, through this election or through Kitui Central, I've met a number of honorable members in this House. And I must thank, Honorable Speaker, the honorable members, for we have worked together as a team. My last point has been working in the Budget Committee, where we pushed quite a number of bills through the Appropriation Act, through the Supplementary Appropriation Act, Honorable Speaker. And my lowest point has been the case where we have the third reading of bills, Honorable Speaker. I would really wish that when we go to the 13th Parliament, when it comes to third reading of our bill, Honorable Speaker, I would wish to get more members sitting through that process, because it's a very important process, but many members don't participate in that process. So we end up having very few members going through the third reading of our bill. How I wish we get majority of the members sitting through third reading of bills. I submit, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much.
Member for Bomachoge, Borabu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my remarks at the end of this term. Honorable Speaker, I want to start, first of all, by thanking the people of Bomachoge, Borabu for giving me opportunity to serve in this Parliament. I want to say that, Honorable Speaker, it was a very strange experience, because for many years I had spent my time with the international bodies, but when I went to the people of Bomachoge, they were convinced and they trusted me to be their leader for the 5 years coming to the end of August this year. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the leadership of this House. It's a different experience in Parliament as opposed to what happens in the corporate world. I thank the leadership through you, Honorable Speaker, that you are able to adopt me and mentor me through the process and the procedures in Parliament, to which I want to say, may God bless you. Honorable Speaker, being in this House has been with many challenges and with many accomplishments on my part, and I want to say that I joined Parliament on a ticket as an independent MP. It was not easy for me to find my bearing, especially because I did not have an association with the parties. But I want to thank Jubilee Party for allowing to work with me all the 5 years, and at the end of it, by allowing to give me a ticket to divide my seat come August this year. Honorable Speaker, in this House, I've been able to come across various characters and diversity in the way life is perceived and things are run. And I want to say that it has been a learning experience. But I want to particularly single out the experience I've had with the Honorable Wamunyinyi, who is the chairman of CDF. That through him, Honorable Speaker, we have been able to get all our funding. And through the funding, I've been able to transform Bomachoga Borabu in different ways, making it the leading constituency in Kisii County in terms of education, having increased the amount of electricity in my constituency, and also motorable roads in my constituency. Honorable Speaker, I want to end by saying, because I can see time is running out, that as we all leave this place, let us go out with one voice, that God has a purpose in our lives, and He has already destined to every one of us their future. We hope that all of us will come back, those who are committed to come back to this house, and be able to proceed with the business that we have already begun.
Member for Butula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also say something. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking you most sincerely for the leadership and good guidance you have given us in this House. Mr. Speaker, your leadership has taught me a lot as a first-timer in this House. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the chair of the committees in which I worked. I participated in Finance and Planning Committee under the able leadership of Honorable Limo and Honorable Wanga. I want to thank them most sincerely for the guidance they gave me in the committee matters. Mr. Speaker, I also worked under NGCDF committee. I want to thank Honorable Wamunyinyi for the guidance he gave us in the committee. And particularly, I want to thank him for appointing me a chair of a subcommittee that reconciled the CDF arrears, the 4.9 billion, and cleared with Treasury, and got the money put in the budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I finally want to thank the great people of Butula for having given me this opportunity to serve in this House for these 5 years. The people of Butula has gained a lot through my leadership because of the work I've done in these 5 years, which surpasses all the other years. Mr. Speaker, the great people of Butula has been able to increase the number of secondary schools and primary schools through my leadership. So I want to thank them most sincerely and ask them to grant me another term to clear the projects that are ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Dadaab.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you greatly for the leadership you have provided to this House for the last 2 terms. And I do understand that your background is low, and I really have admired your great understanding of the standing order, the Constitution, and the laws of this country. And bravo for that, and you have actually done your work excellently beyond anybody's expectation. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I want to also thank my constituency, the DAP, that is, for giving me a chance to serve them for 2 terms. In record, actually, that community has not elected somebody 2 consecutive terms. So I was the first among. And I do understand that, of course, one of the reasons why they gave me that chance is because perhaps they were happy with my performance. I want to say that in the last 10 years, we have done a lot in Dadaab, in particular in issues of water, even though water is not part of our work. We have drilled more than 30 boreholes. We have done a lot in the area of education. Last week, I was in Dadaab, and we gave buses, 4 buses to secondary schools. We have built offices for national government. Ministry of Education, Interior, and many other officers. So we have done a good job. I want to thank this opportunity, Speaker, for the support I got from members of this House. In particular, there was an issue which was really an issue of concern to those people who were caught up in the refugee database. And today I want to say that my colleague here, Professor Mahmoud Sheikh Omar, Abdi Hakim Ofafi, Safia Amin Abdi Karim Ofafi, Safia of Ijara, they have also contributed greatly to the issue of supporting removal of Kenyans from the refugee database. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in this country, we have hosted refugees now for over 30 years, especially in that part of the country. And I just want to say that the government of Kenya has not addressed the issue of refugees very well. And I think for 30 years is a long time. One thing we'll appeal to the next government and the next parliament is to consider actually giving those refugees citizenship of this country, because they have been here for 30 years and they have nowhere else to call home. I think on the rest, I want to thank my constituency and all the members of parliament who served with me. And I say, for those who are vile, I wish you all the very best. And for you, we wish you all the very best in your next endeavor. Thank you very much.
Member for Masinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to give my farewell to my colleagues whom we have been together for 5 years. It has been an honor that we have been able to be under your leadership. In fact, I was amazed by the way you know everybody, because one day I came, we met at the entrance. I wanted the speaker to hear me. One day we met at the entrance and you called me by my name and where I come from. And I thought you didn't know me because I was not so frequent speaker in this parliament. But I thank God that God has given you that remembrance, that you know each one of us by name and where they come from. And therefore, I salute you. I want to thank God for the people of Masinga constituency who have elected me for the first 5 years and now have been able to serve them diligently, and I know they are going to elect me again. One thing I know is that I've been able to do a lot of work. They have been saying that I have done projects that are worthy the 15 years my predecessor was there in Parliament, because I've been able to do 365 projects for the last 5 years that I've been a member of Parliament, which is an excellent job. And I thank God that He has enabled me to be able to complete all those projects. One thing also I have been able to achieve, having been a contractor for many years, I have never started a project that I've never finished. I've always made sure that whatever I start, I finish. And therefore, I want to thank the people of Masinga for that opportunity. And I know they are going to re-elect me for another second term so that I can be able to continue even to serve them. The other thing is that they gave me a platform to be able to help people that can never help me. The poor, the orphans that I've been able to educate. I have been able to educate 800 orphans from Form 1 to Form 4 for those years I have been a member of Parliament. And I'm proud that I've been able to put something in their head that they will never forget.
Member for Ijara.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. First, I want to take this golden opportunity to thank the Almighty Allah for giving us this chance to be here today. Secondly, I want to take this chance. I feel very humbled, very privileged And I want to say thank you, big thank you to the great people of Ijara for electing the first Somali woman to the August House. And again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you in a big way. You have been a pillar in all what I've done these 5 years, particularly when I was in this house. I really appreciate the support you have given to me and to everyone else in this house. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. I want to also thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta. President Uhuru Kenyatta have supported me in a very big way in terms of programs and projects in my constituency. I will not mention them, but I want to say thank you so much. Again, His Excellency have respected and accorded me to become the chair of Environment and Natural Resources. Thank you so much. And I want to thank the whole committee members of Environment and Natural Resources for the work that we have done together. Mr. Speaker, I want also to come back and thank you again. You have nominated me to IPU. And when you nominated me to IPU, the Kenyan community delegation shined in international fora. I was elected as the president of the Standing Committee on IPU on UN Affairs, Mr. Speaker. You're the, thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I want also to thank His Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. He's the one who nominated me the first time to come here in the 10th Parliament. I want to tell him thank you so much, and may you succeed in whatsoever you want to do in the future. When he nominated me to the Parliament, again, he gave me the opportunity to become one of the framers of our current constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a very proud woman. All these 47 women who are here, I'm the one who advocated in the constitution, and that is how they appeared. Then His Excellency, the President, again chose me to become the first chair of their fund. I'm the one who structured it and made it what it is today, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you again to the people of Ijara. I'm asking for their votes again. I want to tell them there are a lot of pending issues that these...
Member for Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, let me start by thanking Karachuonyo people very heartily for having given me an opportunity to serve them in the 12th Parliament, which is ending today in terms of attendance. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've served them well. I believe so. What I've done for them, if that is anything to go by, then I have no doubt I'm coming back in the 13th Parliament as their member. I'm saying this with confidence because I know what I've done for them. They too know what I've done for them. Mr. Speaker, let me not sit down before I mention my party leader, the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. His record in Kenya is known to everyone. How both him and the President of this Republic, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the manner in which they coined Azimio to be a vehicle for getting Kenya the next president is admirable. I thank them for that. Let me also thank His Excellency Raila for having thought it necessary to appoint the first woman, Martha Karua, to be the Deputy President of this Republic. That's not a mean achievement. It is a great thing. And I believe all ladies in Kenya, say all females, will accept and thank him for that. I know my time is going up, but I was going to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership as it has been in this House. I admire it, and I thank you for it. And finally, CDF is something that I cannot fail mentioning. It has contributed to the development in this republic, and I support the increase of CDF from 2.5% to 5% because that will create a lot of impact in this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Member for Emurwa Dikir.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity also to convey my gratitude to God, the Almighty, who created us, and also for allowing us to live up to this moment. I also want to give my gratitude to the people of Emurwa Dikir who have elected me twice to this House, Mr. Speaker, and have given me that opportunity to serve them. And also to thank the people of Kenya for their love and prayers to us members of Parliament who have been serving in this 11th and 12th Parliament. I served in the 11th and this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you very much. I also want to thank you, Speaker, for guiding us in this House, your love and also guidance to these members in this House, especially those of us who are new, was of great importance and help to many of us. Mr. Speaker, I must say that this is a House that we lost so many members of Parliament, both here and the Senate. Speaker, it's a very sad situation. It is also the House that we saw the deaths of two former presidents. Mr. Speaker, I do not know of any other sitting, Mr. Speaker, which has had the same phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that this is also a House, the 12th Parliament, that saw the purges of so many members who were sitting in various committees, and especially those who are serving as chairs. Mr. Speaker, this is a time when democracy was vilified in this House, Mr. Speaker. I'm one of those people, Mr. Speaker, who faced the X simply because I decided to support a person not of some people's choices, Mr. Speaker. I was a member of JLAC and I was a member of CDF, and I was removed because I opted to support somebody else, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a House also which saw the fallout of the President and his deputy. This is a House, Mr. Speaker, which also saw the introduction of an illegal constitutional change, Mr. Speaker, in the name of BBI, which also fell in this House, Mr. Speaker. This is a House also which saw the introduction and which saw the transition of the current government, which is seeing the transition of the current government to the next government, Mr. Speaker, which I'm hoping a new president and new members of this House, Mr. Speaker, who will serve this country diligently. I must say I'm very grateful for having served in this 12th Parliament, and I'm also praying that God will allow us also to serve in the next Parliament. I'm hoping the people of Emurwa Dikir will see it fit for me to come back here to serve them again as a diligent member for the development.
Member for Trans Nzoia.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Pia kutoa shukrani zangu kwanza kwa Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutulinda katika nchi yetu hii ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia niungane na wenzangu kukushukuru wewe mwenyewe kama Spika wa bunge hili kuanzia bunge la 11 na mpaka bunge hili, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, tena nataka nikushukuru kwa sababu umekuwa Spika wa kwanza kuleta kanuni za kudumu za bunge la kitaifa. Nataka niseme Mheshimiwa Spika, umekuwa Spika wa kwanza katika nchi yetu ya Kenya kuleta hiyo kanuni ya kudumu za bunge la kitaifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka niseme kwamba wakati nimekuwa katika bunge hili, shukrani yangu nataka nimwelekezee watu wa Trans Nzoia County na hata wabunge walioko katika bunge hili, wale wanatoka eneo la Trans Nzoia County. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka niseme nashukuru Mheshimiwa Pokose kwa sababu amekuwa katika kamati ya umeme katika bunge hili, Mheshimiwa Spika, na hakika tukaona matunda yake kule kwetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ninamshukuru sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa sababu kukua huko kama naibu mwenyekiti, Mheshimiwa Spika, alifanya kazi mzuri sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka niseme umekuwa wa msaada kwangu Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu wakati niliingia katika bunge hili Mheshimiwa Spika, wengine tukikuwa kama councillors enzi zile hatukukuwa tunajua tunatoka wapi na tunaelekea wapi Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini nakushukuru kwa mchango wako kwa kutuelekeza sisi kama wanabunge kusema kwamba tunatoka hapa na tunaelekea hapa Mheshimiwa Spika. Haujakuwa mtu wa kugonganisha watu katika bunge hili Mheshimiwa Spika, na hata hujaangalia huyu anatoka kwa kabila gani Mheshimiwa Spika. Nataka nikushukuru mno, na pia nitoe shukrani zangu kwa rais wa nchi pamoja na serikali yake yote kwa jumla Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kazi mzuri ile amefanyia hii nchi, na sitasahau pia naibu wake Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu nikichakuliwa katika bunge hili hawa wote walikuwa ni watu wawili, na mimi pia nikakuja na chama cha Jubilee Mheshimiwa Spika. Licha saa hizi mimi ni mgombea huru katika kiti cha kina mama kule Trans Nzoia, lakini hii ni changamoto ile sisi tunaelewa kama wanadamu. So long as Mungu akituweka tukiwa hai Mheshimiwa Spika, haya ni majaribu tunaona katika ulimwengu huu kama bado tuko hai. Na nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika kwa wenzangu wote wanapoenda.
Member for Likoni. Member not there. No. Member for Wajir South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this last day as the curtain of the 12th Parliament falls, I wish to start by thanking you for the great work that you've done for this Parliament and the past Parliament. I really want to thank Allah for the great honor that He has given me to serve the people of Wajir South. It is very important that I start saying that it has been a very important journey for me and for the people of Wajir South. To my constituents, thank you for bestowing confidence in my leadership. To my other fellow Kenyans, it has been, for me, a great contribution and opportunity to contribute to this country and the development of this country. To my colleagues, I wish to say that thank you all for your support during the trial times, especially during the trial times of COVID-19, where we've lost many of our colleagues. To my colleagues who are in the committee together with me, like Dr. Owino, Dr. Dahie, and many more, I wish to say that it has been a great pleasure to be together with you guys and to have taken a journey of putting the institution of the health service in order at a national level, at least. To my family, lots of love and gratitude. You were patient and kind enough to have supported me through the trial times of this Parliament, of the 12th Parliament, that I had an opportunity to serve Kenyans from all corners, and particularly to Wajir South people. To my wife, Khatro, to my children, the 8 children, to my firstborn, and Omi, to Ahmad, to Abdul Wahab, to Yahya, to Yunus, to Yusuf, to Alas, and to Duh, and to my mom. It's a great thing that I have known that you were all patient for me. I'm proud of my achievements. There's been great of that. They are on the walls of my campaigns that you're going to see the entire development that we have done. Over 4 billion shillings have been expended by the country, by this nation during my tenure, and far beyond. So you're going to see on the walls of my campaigns on that. Another win on the horizon, inshallah, on the 13th Parliament. Thank you very much to everybody, and thank you very much to all Kenyans. I do wish everyone else a happy comeback. Thank you very much.
Member for Kibwezi West.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. Speaker, I want to first thank God, because indeed God is awesome, because we are living testimony of having gone through 3 elections and still standing. I want to thank greatly the people of Kibwezi West constituency for all the faith, the prayers, and indeed support in delivering this great mandate. And Speaker, one of my former colleagues actually told me when I came to this House that there's no school that teaches experience. And indeed that's true, because we've gone through the hurdles, and more importantly, where I've seen a greater sense of unity in terms of purpose for delivering for the people of Kenya. Indeed, Speaker, as this House, and indeed it's humbling, because we've passed here through these doors for the last 10 years as among less than 3,000 people of over 50 million Kenyans. Indeed, if you were to count since Kenya was formed, possibly it's over 100 million Kenyans, that we've gotten that privilege to come into this great House and to indeed serve Kenyans and to live up to the ethos of our national anthem and be true patriots. Because we come here not to be faint-hearted, but indeed to deliberate upon what is difficult out there, to speak what other people can only whisper about, to stand in the door really as defenders of this great nation to any threat, both local and international. We stand here, Speaker, really with the same energy and zeal that our forefathers who stood for the independence and liberation of our people towards prosperity, towards fighting ignorance, disease, and poverty, and to take it to the next level. And indeed, having served in both the 11th and 12th Parliament, we pass the baton to the next generation or next leaders who will be indeed have the privilege to come and serve here. To my colleagues, I can only pray for you, those who are coming back in the 13th Parliament, to our families that keep upholding us every day, and to our noble venture that we are about to embark on, which is to go and serve the people of makwiny, indeed as their governor, God willing, in this forthcoming election and beyond, and to keep the flag and promise that indeed Kenya will be a land that plenty may be found within our borders. I thank you, Speaker, for this time.
Member for Fafi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And first, I want to thank you because I've served under your committee, House Privilege Committee and House Business Committee. As my chair of both committees, I learned a lot from you, your patience, and your mentorship. And I thank you so much. And I also want to thank the Fafians or Fafi people for giving me the opportunity to serve them as their member of parliament for the first time. And I hope, according to the, I hope they will elect me again and serve them 5 more years, inshallah. And I also want to thank my colleagues, Dr. Dahiye, Honorable Sophia, Honorable Abdul Umar Shuriye, and Honorable Hire for working together as a team. And I also want to talk about Honorable Duale today. Earlier today he said about defending the Somalis or defending the Muslims, or Muslims being intimidated in this country. I want to tell him clearly, he is the one who passed in the 11th Parliament the security bill, which has killed or we're missing many Somalis, especially many Muslims in this country. And I want to tell Duale, if he wants to campaign for Ruto, you should not use Somalis or Northern Kenya. To be honest and to be honest to Kenyans, it's not good to be hypocrite, especially the northern part of Kenya. We are Azimio. I think it's only Duale who is in Tanga. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell my colleagues, we should not use this floor to campaign or to talk bad about other leaders. I also want to respect and say thanks to His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta for giving me the opportunity to serve in the House Business, also to be the Vice Chair of Agriculture Committee, and standing up with me and giving me all the support, especially the bottom up is designed by Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. In fact, it's happening in Fafi, Lagdera, and Adap. And through a project called World Bank Project, Dr. Deep. Because as my earlier colleague said, we hosted refugees on behalf of Kenyans, and the beneficiaries now are Fafi, Lagdera, and Adap. And our communities are very happy for hosting the refugees. And it's a program that was started by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta when he was the finance minister. So we thank His Excellency, we will support him, and we will stand up with him. I also want to thank my party leader, Gideon Moy, for giving me the opportunity to...
Member for Ainapkoi, Honorable Chepkut. Give him, yeah.
Sinai.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me from the bottom of my heart that you are a special person. You are a top-notch speaker since independence. You practice law of balancing act. You are a moderate person. The 12th Parliament have deposited Justin Muturi in their own hearts because you love us and we equally love you. Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to speak in this Senate adjournment motion. And I want to thank the people of Ainapkoi forever for electing me as their member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, may I therefore thank you most sincerely because I have been sick for the last 2 years and you came. The people of Kenya prayed for me, the people of Ainapkoi, and His Excellency the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, came to see me. His Excellency the Deputy President, with the entire family, came to see me. I called him when he was leaving Masai Mara, and they all prayed for me. All members of parliament who they had the opportunity to come and see me, I wish them success. Mr. Speaker, sir, I didn't participate in UDA preliminaries because I was sick. I was incapacitated. Therefore, I asked Ainapkoi constituency what the late Honorable Biwa told them. He was my hero, he was my father. It is in internet, and internet never forgets. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, I've done great in Ainapkoi constituency. Title deeds, a lot of buses, bursaries, and I practice at all times doctrines of transparency, doctrines of accountability, and doctrines of equity, fairness, and justice to people of Ainapkoi. I'm always available, accessible. I'm a transformational leader. I love all of them, because if it were not for them, who would have paid my hospital bills?
Member for Taita Taveta.
Shukran sana Mr. Speaker, Bwana Speaker, hata mimi kunipatia fursa ya kuweza kuzungumza siku ya leo ambayo ni siku ya maalum sana, siku ya historia ambayo bunge la 12 limeenda kufikia kikomo. Basi na mimi nataka kutangulia kabisa kwa kuweza kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa neema na rehema zake kuweza kutupatia fursa ya kuwa hapa na kutuweka salama hadi sasa. Nataka pia nichukue fursa hii kuweza kuwashukuru watu wa Taita Taveta kwa kuweza kuniamini na kunipatia fursa ya kuwa mwakilishi wao hapa bungeni na Taita Taveta yote mzima. Fursa ambayo nilipokea kwa upendo na nimeifanya kazi kwa juhudi na upendo mkubwa. Nasema asante sana Taita Taveta. Nataka pia niseme tumekuwa na wakati mzuri na pia tumekuwa na changamoto hapa bungeni. Bwana Spika, nataka kushukuru sana kwa sababu sisi kama wale wajumbe tuliochaguliwa kipindi ama muhula wa kwanza, kipindi cha kwanza, tunakushukuru sana kwa mwongozo wako. Umetuongoza vizuri, umetupatia mawaidha na umetuongoza kwa hekima ya hali ya juu. Tumeweza kujifunza mengi, tumeweza kujionea mengi na tumesoma mengi sana ambayo yatatusaidia hapo mbeleni. Wengi wetu ambao tunatazamia kwa kibali, tukiweza kupata kibali kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, tutarudi hapa kwa bunge tena la 13. Kwa sababu mimi bado ninaendelea kuomba wananchi wa Taita Taveta wanipatie fursa ya kuwatumikia tena kama mwakilishi wa kina mama kwa kipindi cha pili. Bwana Spika, nataka kusema hivi. Changamoto kubwa ambaye ilinikera hapa bungeni sana ni wakati nilipoona sisi kama wajumbe tukisimama sana na vyama na vinara na kuwapuuza wananchi na haki zao waliotuchagua hapa, haswa wakati ule wa BBI. Bwana Spika, natazamia ya kwamba tutakaporudi hapa kwa uwezo wa Mwenyezi Mungu, bunge la 13.
Member for Kajiado North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this Sinidai motion and thank the people of Kajiado North for giving me this chance to serve them at least twice from 2013 to this term. And say within a very short time, I was able to transform that constituency to a state-of-the-art constituency. We were able to connect the constituency with many roads, many schools. I was able to create a secondary school, day school for every primary school. And also we were able to establish very good bursary committees at Appropriation level, and we gave bursaries to our people, and we were able to uplift the standard of that constituency with it at that particular time. And also we were able to build offices for the chiefs and sub-chiefs in the whole constituency. Mr. Speaker, in Parliament I've served in several committees. I've served in Education Committee, Public Accounts Committee, Implementation Committee, Energy Committee, and lastly, Budget Committee. And I can assure you I got good assistance from you, Speaker, and also other members of Parliament and colleagues. Goodbye for the good services that we did for this country and the good environment that you gave me to achieve these particular endeavors in the country. When I watch the country is in a very good trajectory, especially through Uhuru Kenyatta, our president. It is in a correct trajectory, although we have some challenges that I can see as a member of Parliament, especially the accounting system of our country. I tend to think we as members of Parliament, we don't have that capacity of the oversight of the kitty that is contributed to by Kenyans, the taxpayers. We don't have very good system. The accounting system is a bit clumsy. Where we have the budget, then supplementary budget, second supplementary budget, and yet we are supposed to oversight that. That is a challenge to me. There's a lot of corruption that is going on in the country, and we have to do something about it. We have to fight it if we want to have a country. The last corrupt countries, unfortunately, are the most poorest country in the world, so we have to think about it and change. And also the tribalism. Although we say politics are local, we have to see ourselves as Kenyans. You have to see the other tribesmen as a Kenyan, and we forget about these tribes. Because at the end of the day, if we are to create a nation, we have to see each other as brothers and sisters in this country so that we can create a country. Lastly, I want to say we have to do something about our politics. We have to create political parties that are not dependent on individuals. Political parties that are like roads that we have in the country that will be propelling people to power instead of worshipping individual. Thank you very much, and thank you, people of Kajiado North. Thank you very much.
Member for Mathioya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to give my last comments in this 12th Parliament. And I want to most sincerely start by thanking you for the invaluable support you have given us as members of Parliament. Right from the day we joined this Parliament, you've guided us, you've shown us the way, and I would also wish to thank most sincerely the clerk and the staff of Parliament, who have also worked tirelessly to ensure that everything we do as members of parliament is flawless and that our work is smooth and well supported. Honorable Speaker, we have seen invaluable support. Many members have grown in different ways, either at committee levels or in this house. We have been properly guided by you and your clerks and the staff. And I want to say thank you very, very much. You have actually literally put a machinery in this house like no other, which really guides members of parliament and helps them in everything that they do. And therefore, our work has become very, very easy. I want to also thank the people of Mathioya who brought me into this August house with the overwhelming support and the support they have continued to give me as I served them. And my prayer is that even in the coming elections, they will give me their votes so that we can continue with that good work that we have started together of transforming our constituency. Let me also take this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, because he has actually literally guided this country to prosperity. The base has been set, and we have seen transformative projects being undertaken by government, which will be able to move this country to the next level. I want to say, we know as we go to elections, those who will be coming after him will be able to take it to the next level. My prayer is that Baba the Fifth will be the next president to guide this country and take this country to the next trajectory. And as I wind up, Honorable Speaker, let me thank members of Parliament. We have worked together, especially those we have been together in the various committees. I have served in the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources, well guided by Kareke Mbiuki and later by Sophia Abdi and my colleague Nzengu. I have also served, you have also given me an opportunity to serve in the Committee of Implementation. Honorable Speaker, you know the many matters that we have been able to deal with. And we want to say thank you for guiding us. We now know many things that we did not know, and we are well guided. We have been able to ensure that.
Member for Nyamira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity so that I can also give a comment on the day that we are going to go away from this parliament. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to thank you so much for the guidance that you have given this House. Your wealth of experience has really given us also a wide experience on how matters of Parliament are carried out. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I want to thank the people of Nyamira, because when I was coming in, they gave me the chance. They voted me in overwhelmingly. And they have worked with me throughout the 5 years that I've been here in Parliament. It is the favor of God that gave us this chance so that we can serve the people of the Republic of Kenya. I want to thank the people of Nyamira for praying for me. I also want to ask them once more to give me the chance so that I can continue the work which we have worked with them together as we move forward. In May, in August 9th, they have promised that they are going to give me this chance so that I can come in and continue the job which I had started. Mr. Speaker, I cannot also forget to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. I came in through his party, Jubilee, and I've been guided. I have known a lot, and I have seen how far the President has brought the country of Kenya. And through his leadership, and through the handshake, Kenya has had peace. And we pray as we move forward, because we have seen what the fifth president, the coming fifth president has done. He has nominated a woman. He has given us that respect as women, and we want to tell Kenyans that this time around as women, we are moving forward and we are going to vote in Martha Karua, and as a result, we are going to have our fifth president, Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you, Kenya. We want to wish you well as we move forward. We are praying for peace. and let our elections be peaceful, and we hope you will come in here. All my colleagues, I wish you the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to make my speech on this Sinodai motion. First and foremost, Honorable Speaker, my respects to you for the guidance you've given us for the last, for 11th Parliament and also this 12th Parliament. Honorable Speaker, you've set the bar very high for any other speaker that's coming. And I know that as we move, and also I want to thank your staff. The Secretariat of Parliament have done a tremendous job, our research team, our clerks, and all the team that has supported us in our various capacities. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the great people of Endebess for having given me 2 terms, 11 Parliament under URP, 12 Parliament under Jubilee, and I believe that the work that I've done, especially in education, school infrastructure, issues about electricity connection, roads, and all that I've done within the Endebess constituency, I believe that they'll give me another 3rd term to be able to serve them and take them to greater heights. Honorable Speaker, we've also had challenges within this Parliament. When we came in as Jubilee team, our team was visited by our friends from NASA through the handshake, and things have not been very smooth because some of us ended up being betrayed by the leadership of the House, especially our former team leader, President Uhuru Kenyatta, whom we wish him well as he goes into retirement. And we are hoping that our team, the Kenya Kwanza team, ably led by William Ruto, and you, our Speaker, will form the next government that will be able to take Kenyans to all the promises that we had made to them, especially the big 4 issues that we left on the way after the visit by our colleagues, that will be able to take Kenya back to our greater heights and be able to deliver to them on all matters that are major concern to this nation, both to the middle class, the hustlers, and all our people within the country. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, may our country be great. Thank you.
Member for Sirisia.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want first to take this opportunity to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for guiding us in this House, Mr. Speaker. You have stood with us even and protecting us from people from outside. Mr. Speaker, you have shown that you are a father of this House, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to thank you most sincerely, Mr. Speaker. Like myself and my family, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for standing with me during the time that I was jailed, Mr. Speaker. I could call from Rumant and speak to you, Mr. Speaker, and I will never forget. I'll never forget that, because it is not easy for a speaker to speak to someone who is in custody, Mr. Speaker. But I want to thank you. I pray God for you and your family, and to add you many years to be, and also to lead us in another way if you will not become the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, don't give up with your ambitions. Never. I know that one day your dream will come true. God is with you, because all these members of this House, Mr. Speaker, they have spoken here, and all of them have been praying for you, and God has something for you, so don't give up. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank people of Sirisia for having voted me in 3 times. I won election 2007, although there's a thief in Bungoma County who knows how to steal votes from others, is told. But Mr. Speaker, for these 2 terms that I've been here, Mr. Speaker, you have been very important to me, and I want to most sincerely thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank people of Sirisia, and I pray, ask them that they vote for me again for the 3rd or 4th time, if I add that one of that was stolen. But, Mr. Speaker, you have done us proud. You have made us proud wherever we walk, even guiding us on committees of Parliament. And I want to thank the staff, the clerk's office, secretariat, all the people of this House, Mr. Speaker. We also pray for them. And I want to thank President Uhuru Kenyatta for also supporting us, Parliament. And
Member for Kalau.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, I would like first to start by thanking mighty God for having brought us this far. And on the same note, Honorable Speaker, I would like to especially thank you for the very able way you've been able to steer this 12th Parliament. This is my 2nd term. I know even in the 11th Parliament, the same deeds and style of leadership, actually, we witnessed it to the fullest. The positive comments, Mr. Speaker, you heard from these honorable members, I do believe they're not just for the sake. That is the person you are, a person with great heart, a person who is very patient. And I think, as a 2nd-time member of Parliament, you, I always label you as one of the best speakers we've ever had. Honorable Speaker, I would also want to thank the great people of Olkarau constituency for having accorded me the 2nd chance to serve them, despite the very many challenges which we face, especially in that constituency or that county for that matter, because despite being the food basket of Nairobi, we are still lagging behind in very many sectors, especially infrastructure and many other development issues. But all said and done, I think in the short period I have actually served them, that is in my 1st and 2nd term, I have impacted positively in quite a number of areas, especially when you come to the infrastructure in our schools. And in addition to that, other development issues. Honorable Speaker, I've also had an opportunity to serve in the Infrastructure Committee, and as an architect, I know my experience and knowledge have been able to impact very positively and in terms of contribution in that particular committee for the good of this great nation of ours. Mr. Speaker, as we part ways, the only thing I would ask these honorable members, as we go to the campaigns, I think let's maintain peace, let's avoid politics of hatred, propaganda, fitina, and all that, because these are areas whereby they have potential of portending and it's a very dangerous way or trend to try and follow. And I think with that, most of us will see ourselves back come 9th of August. Thank you.
East.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I begin by really thanking you, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance which you have given to this House since we came to this House in 2013. Myself, Mr. Speaker, I remember one time when we had just been elected in 2013. That is the first time we met, Mr. Speaker, somewhere in this town. We have never met before, but I used to admire your politics, especially during the times of Kanu. You used to be very steadfast and you are still young. Mr. Speaker, I really admired. And when we met, we started friendship, and I was among the first people you talked to us that you are going to run for the Speaker. And we gave you our blessings. Mr. Speaker, one thing which I've really admired in you is that the way you understand issues, especially the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, you have actually been a moving Constitution, because every time you sit there, many times you even make rulings before the member asking sit down. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, we really admire you, and I really thank you for that. I thank the people of Kipkelian East for giving me this opportunity to be their member for the last 10 years, and I really hope that, Mr. Speaker, they are going to also give me another opportunity to serve them for the next 5 years, because I have so many projects going, which we have started. Mr. Speaker, I can actually put it on record that my constituency, currently we don't have any temporary constructions in primary schools and secondary schools. We really finished all of them, and we are now just finalizing, and I really pray that God gives me that opportunity to come back, and I pray for you to give, so that you get an opportunity to serve this country in another capacity or in the same capacity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless Kenya. God bless all members of Parliament. I wish everybody.
Member for Lamu.
Asante Bwana Spika. Moja kwa moja, mwanzo nataka nimshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu na nishukuru watu wa Lamu County kwa kunipatia mimi nafasi hii, ambapo kulikuwa na wengi wanatafuta nafasi hii hawakuwapatia, wakanipatia mimi. Alhamdulillah, namshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu na nawashukuru wao sana. Bwana Spika, pia ningependa kushukuru wewe na clerk na uongozi kwa jumla wote wa bunge hili kutupatia sisi muongozo mzuri, kutupatia nafasi ya kusoma. Vile nilivyoingia hapa bunge na ninavyotoka sahihi si Rueda yule yule. Asante sana, Mungu awabariki. Tumesoma mengi. Bwana Spika, pia ningependa kushukuru kamati ambazo zimekuja Lamu, kamati nyingi, kwa mfano kamati ya mazingira, kamati ya afya, kamati ya uyano wa Jumuiya ya Afrika na kamati nyingi. Ningependa kuwashukuru, isipokuwa tu sitashukuru kamati ya transport, walinikosea. Petition yako haikuenda vile nilivyotarajia. Bwana Spika, mimi pia ningependa kushukuru wabunge wenzangu wale waliotarajia kwamba mimi nikiwa hapa bunge, kwa vile ni mwanamke lazima niombe ruhusa kwao ndio nije niulize swali au niweke ombi hapa au nitengeze sheria. Vile walivyofanya hivyo wamenifanya nimekuwa ngangare zaidi, nimeweza kufanya mengi zaidi. Na washukuru kwa kufanya hivyo. Bwana Spika, ningependa pia nimshukuru rais wetu kutupatia mkono, kutuwezesha na kufika pale tumefika. Alhamdulillah, tumshukuru sana rais. Bwana Spika, pia nashukuru kupatiwa mimi nafasi ya kuwa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya uyano ya ushirikiano wa Jumuiya ya East Africa. Nashukuru sana kwa hilo, na nakushukuru Bwana Spika, ukaacha shughuli zako ukaja paka Lamu kunifungulia ile maternity shelter. Nashukuru kwa hilo. Watu wangu wa Lamu watakukumbuka siku zote, wazazi wakija pale wakijifungua watakukumbuka siku zote. Jina lako liko pale, ulikuja kunifungulia. Asante sana Bwana Spika. Na
Member for Sigor. The Honorable Lokachapong.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. First of all, I want to begin by thanking the people of Sigor constituency in West Pokot County for giving me an opportunity to serve them in this 12th Parliament. I want also to sincerely commend you, Honorable Speaker, for the way you have steered this House. At least from my own observation and analysis, I want to commend you most sincerely for the way you have been very firm and fair in what is happening here, and you have also been very impartial. I want to sincerely commend you for that. I want to say that having been here for this 12th Parliament and representing the people of Sigor, we have been able to raise issues that are affecting the people of Sigor constituency, issues touching on insecurity, issues touching on electricity, issues touching on the phase 3 in Weiwei irrigation scheme. We have also been able to bring up issues of landslides and issues of hunger in that place, and issues of the localization of teachers that has greatly affected performance of schools in West Pokot County. I want to say that we have also improved very much school infrastructure in Sigor constituency. We have also endeavored to bring about peace and unity between us and our neighbors, the Marakwet and the Turkana. And I've also had an experience to serve in two committees, the Committee for Education and Research, as well as Finance and National Planning, and I've had a lot of experience, and I learned a lot in those two committees. However, I want to use this opportunity to ask the people of Sigor to once again vote me in so that we continue the good work that we've been doing and we've been undertaking in Sigor constituency. I believe that they will also give me another opportunity to serve them in the 13th Parliament God willing. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank God for giving us opportunity to be in this August House. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank President of Marsabit County for giving me opportunity to be their leader. Mr. Speaker, my request to the resident of Marsabit County is to maintain peace, love, and unity. Honorable Speaker, I want to acknowledge that I enjoy working with my colleagues. We shared experience, learn a lot from each other. Mr. Speaker, I wish my colleagues success. Looking forward to meet with them in this August House in this August House on August this year. Mr. Speaker, my office managed to give bursary, support self-help groups, youth groups, and women groups. We also managed to start small-scale projects that generate income for the most needy group of people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Member for Kapenguria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity. I want to start by thanking God who has enabled me to be here all this time, and the people of Kapenguria, because they stood with me from the time when we lost our former MP, Francis Loile Lotodo, and up to now. Secondly, I want to thank you, because when I came to this place, we started together, and up to now, you are still standing with us. You've come to Kapenguria to support education in that place, and that is really impressive for people to see a speaker coming all the way to that place. And then I want also to thank for the issue of peace, as some members have said here. I want to sincerely thank the leadership and the people of Turkana, people of Trans Nzoia, and the people of Sebei in Uganda, because there was a time when we used to fight, but now these people are now living together and enjoying peace. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I want also to thank President Uhuru Kenyatta, because he gave us one of the buses to one of our schools in Mnagei's secondary school, that is in Kapenguria. Then lastly, I want to thank His Honorable the Deputy President, who is going to be the fifth president in the future, for what, because he has been coming there and he has been really supporting us. All the development we have realized, be it these tarmacs and schools supporting, he has stood with us all this. Even one time we had a problem of landslide. He came all the way. Others feared to come, but he came alone, and then he also went and visited the people. That is where our heart is, and we will support him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mwingi North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also want to take this opportunity to thank God that I made it to the 12th Parliament. I also want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the guiding us and the teachings that you've taught us through the 5 years. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Mwingi North for having elected me in the last 5 years. And I want to also thank my family for standing with me. Election is a difficult time. Sometimes you spend money that you may not have at home, and my family has stood with me. And I also want to thank my party leader, His Excellency Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka, on whose party I was elected, and I want to wish him well in his new dispensation in life. And Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the people of Mwingi North that even as we come to the end of the 12th Parliament, I'll be seeking a re-election on Wiper Democratic Movement Party ticket, and I want to ask them to look at what I've been able to do in the last 5 years and give me a second chance. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my committee members I've worked with and my chair of Environment Committee, Honorable Kareke Mbiuki, for the opportunity he gave me by making me his Mutu wa Mkono, and through that I've learned a lot of things. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, I'll just give, now, honor members, now, those members who want to contribute, you can see the situation. You know, it's just, no, but it's not possible. Honorable Chair, no, let me give the Chair of Budget to just table some documents.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I know on behalf of the Leader Majority, I want to table the legal notices prepared during the financial year 2022-2023 national budget. One, the legal notice number 66, the capital market, that is conduct of business. Two, the legal notice number 67, that is the capital market licensing requirements general. Number three, the legal notice number 68, that is the value added tax, the digital market place supply. Four, the legal notice number 69, that is the insurance amendment regulations. The legal notice number 70, that is the insurance and motor vehicle third party. The legal notice number 71, that is the retirement benefit, occupational retirement benefit scheme. The legal notice number 72, that is the retirement benefit forms and fees amendment regulation number 22. The legal notice 73, that is the retirement benefit, that is for individual retirement benefit scheme amendment regulation. And the legal notice number 74, that is the retirement benefit, that is the umbrella retirement scheme amendment regulation number 2020, the year 2022. Honorable Speaker, I also, on the same breath, want to table the bribery regulations. The bribery regulations 2021 and guidelines to assist public and private entities in preparation of procedures for the prevention of bribery and corruption. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak last.
For them. Now, Now, honored members, thank you very much for that great show of love. But just as I announced the adjournment of the House sine die, allow me to refer you to a book by a member of the House of Commons by the name Nick DeBoas, titled Confessions of a Retiring MP. This is what he writes in the book, and I have a copy of that book for those who may wish to read it. He writes, and I quote, "As a new member of Parliament, you walk through the members' lobby filled with a vision of how you will leave your mark on both Parliament and the nation, exercising your power to improve the lives of the voters. What you are certainly unaware of is that your constituents, the government, the press, and the very institution of the Palace of Westminster have other plans for you. When I became an MP in 2010, I thought I knew not only what I wanted to do, but also how best to achieve those goals and what would be expected of me by the constituents, the party, and Parliament. By 2015, when I left the House of Commons, I finally understood how bloody wrong and naive I had been. Close the quotes. Honourable members, never feel that you have not accomplished anything, because there's so much that is expected of you. Allow me to declare that the time being 10 minutes after 7 o'clock today, the 9th of June, 2022, the sittings of the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament now stands adjourned sine die. I thank you, members.